Hey, there's Joanna.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think they just want to see your shot.
Okay, they're about, the group of four is about to tee off. When are we coming to me?
Oh no,
okay.
he just backed off Joanna. I'm just messing with you.
I'm very mindful of that. Good morning.
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Cut day at Quail Hollow Golf Club. players teetering on the edge of the cut line and still trying to figure out directionally how to get to the course. Tom Kim, he's sitting at even par right now. Wyndham Clark eyeing his second major, but he's missed 3 cuts in his last 6 starts at majors. He's 1 over par, right on the projected cut line right now. And Hideki Matsuyama currently the longest active streak amongst players in terms of cuts made at majors. He's got 19 in a row, also on the current cut line at 1 over par. The second day of the PGA Championship begins right now on ESPN+.
With the sun in the sky here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Welcome back to the PGA Championship.
Quail Hollow Club drying out and sorting out this first round leaderboard.
The second major of the year. Events like this appeal to millions because they conjure so many memories of playing the game yourself and watching this championship.
How about this?
With friends, with mothers and fathers, maybe even alone in the gloaming.
Magnificent round.
Paradoxically, for the best in the world, memory itself is the enemy this week.
It's been a tough day for some of the stars in the game.
These golfers don't just compete against each other for the Wanamaker Trophy.
Man, that's not close.
Or even the course.
The Green Mile just showed its teeth.
So much as they compete against their own memory of what bad can happen.
Not what anyone had scripted.
What bad just happened.
Difficult day, but that's major championship golf.
And what bad lies just around the next corner at Quail Hollow.
ESPN Plus and the PGA of America proudly present the 2025 PGA Championship. We've got second round featured group coverage live from Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. Another beautiful day as the Wanamaker Trophy sits and waits. See where we'll be heading home this year. Got a great featured group for you today. Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, 2 major champions and one of the young stars of the game. Tom Kim, all kind of teetering right around the projected cut line, which is currently 1 over par. He'll be teeing off in just a moment, 8:11 a.m. Eastern, their official tee time. You're on day number 2 of the 107th PGA Championship. Alongside Colin Swatton, I'm Eric Rothman, happy to be here with you. And Joanna Coe, Director of Instruction at Marion Golf Club, will be on the ground walking with our group all day long today. She's got a nice day to do it, 70 degrees, albeit quite humid like it was yesterday. Some cloud coverage. You can see the shadows on the pond right there. As you take a look at the first tee box, Colin, it is great to be with you once again this morning. We've got a great featured group, and a lot of the big names, including the ones in our group, are kind of shaking their heads a little bit after yesterday. It was a pretty tough round and looking to rebound and secure a spot in the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Only 43 players broke par yesterday out of the field of 156. For our featured group, Tom Kim, Hideki Matsuyama, and Wyndham Clark, it's simple. It's right there. They did not hit enough greens yesterday. And the greens they did hit, they didn't get it close enough to capitalize on that. These greens complexes here, we talked about it yesterday, have all these different shelves. They have to get off to a good start today.
Joanna Coe is on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina. We'll be getting her steps in today like she did yesterday. Joanna, good morning. Good to be with you. What are the vibes on the course? A lot of big names, as we mentioned, with a disappointing start to yesterday.
Good morning from the 10th tee at Quail Hollow. Yes, we've had some interesting scores by some top players thus far. So far in the practice area, Wyndham Clark was grinding on the greens. He missed 3 putts inside 8 feet, so he was working on his start direction. Tom Kim has a pretty flat ball flight, so really tough with soft fairways to get a lot of roll from that. And Hideki is physically has a couple things going on. Yesterday, I heard he was holding his calf muscle on the range this morning. He was shaking out his wrists a bunch of times, so we'll see how he holds up physically today.
Joanna, thank you. That's always been an issue with Hideki. You saw even in that clip right in our open, he was kind of shaking his wrist a little bit. So good stuff from Joanna. And we're ready to go at the 10th tee here at Quail Hollow Club. A few seconds before our player announcements on the tee, but that's Colin, that's a big thing for us to monitor today that Joanna just told us about the physical issues that Hideki is dealing with.
Yeah, you're right. He gets plagued with injuries. He has been throughout his entire career, and we did see that on the driving range, shaking that wrist out. So we'll monitor that throughout the day.
He has not missed a cut at a PGA Championship. That's the only major he's been able to say that he has not missed a cut in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 8:11 starting time. On the tee, please welcome from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
Par 5, 10th hole. A good opportunity to start with a birdie. The 2017 PGA Championship. This was the 4th easiest hole, playing a cumulative 74 under par.
That's a great one. Right center.
Next, on the tee from Colorado, Wyndham Clark.
Clark, the 2023 U.S. Open champion. Coming off a miscut at Valhalla last year at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, his preferred ball flight is that left to right flat sort of fade. You can see him aiming well down the left side here.
He started that over the tree line left. It is fading, but looks like it's heading towards that bunker, and it just covered the bunker.
Next, on the tee from the Republic of Korea, Tom Kim.
Kim, 3 career PGA Tour wins, just 22 years old. Finished in the top 30 at the PGA Championship last year.
Yeah, this club here is usually club of choice for Tom Kim. Doesn't hit it as long as the field, but very, very straight.
Right half of the fairway, a little fade. Good start.
A good start for all 3 of our players here on hole number 10, their first hole of the day. We are off and walking. Our featured group coverage continues. Day number 2, the PGA Championship.
One of the strongest fields in the world. You know, there's a huge mix of international players worldwide. It's one of the strongest fields in the world. You know, there's a huge mix of international players worldwide. I think the PGA Championship sets up such an unbelievable tournament. There's no agenda. They just want to have the best player win that week.
PGA Championship, I think it's going to be one of the best fields in golf. That tournament would be, you know, I would say harder to win than maybe the Masters.
It actually has one of the strongest fields. It brings in a lot of the PGA Tour players. It brings out players around the world. But it also adds 20 PGA professionals. It's really cool to see other pros, even if they know they might not have the best shot at winning, to see them out there and just to enjoy the moment of what it's like to be at a major championship.
They just want whoever plays the best golf to win. They always do a good job with setting the golf course up because it is the major for professionals.
The course setup yesterday was definitely daunting. You look at the top of the leaderboard, very few big names standing out. And some guys maybe that you don't get a chance to see too often will get a little shine today on the television coverage, and good for them. Jonathan Vegas leading the way at 7 under par after a fantastic opening round 64. And Colin, we've got 3 players in the fairway here at 10. Wyndham Clark, 332 yards right down the middle, clearing that fairway bunker that we saw one of our featured players, Patrick Cantlay, have some issues with yesterday, but Clark was bombing it down there.
Yeah, you could hear Joanna talking about his start line up and over those oak trees and then caught the shoulder of that bunker to get some additional yardage. But Tom will be first to play here. As I said, he's not necessarily the longest out there, but usually with that driver, he's extremely accurate.
How about that drop? First hole back.
He's even impressed of Wyndham's drive. That's great. We might be waiting on the group ahead of us. Colin, what were your thoughts after day one? I mentioned that leaderboard. Pretty surprising considering a lot of the big names. Scotty Scheffler, maybe in terms of the top players, holding his own the best, but guys like Rory and Xander well off the pace, and it just was a slog of a day for some of the best players in the world yesterday.
Yeah, they refer to Quail Hollow Golf Club as a second shot golf course, but if you don't get that ball in the fairway, it does make for extremely difficult, you know, day out at the office. You know, so many of these pin locations are tucked away and shelves and pockets, and really you need to be in the short grass to be able to access them. And for our featured group this morning, they're all on the outside pretty much looking in at the moment, so they need to get off to a good fast start, and this backside you can get it going, that's for sure.
Opportunity here at the par 5 10th, but already a traffic jam. We did not really have too many of these yesterday as play moved along pretty smoothly. Our featured group yesterday, a 5-hour round. And Tom Kim waiting his turn, this reachable par 5. And Tom Kim is a guy who has obviously started his career kind of shot out of a cannon, getting a big name for himself with 3 early wins, just 22 years old. Obviously some President's Cup success as well, but he struggled a little bit this year on PGA Tour. His best finish T7 at Pebble Beach, but other than that, nothing inside the top 35 in any other tournament he's played this year.
Tom Kim has 300 yards left. It does play 10 yards down. He's going to try to get this fairway metal up the left side as far down there as he can with the pin location on the right. Anything down that left side will leave him a great opportunity.
Yeah, if he really hits this one on the button, he might get within sort of 15, 20 yards here. So it's all about the angles.
This looks a tad more left than what he wanted.
And that Looks like it's caught that mid-fairway bunker some 30 yards short of the green there. That is going to be a very difficult.
It's one of the hardest shots in golf, but he's really good at golf. So we have Hideki here. He was working on his golf swing as we were waiting. He has 290 again. It plays 10 yards down. He's going to try to feed something up that left side.
Yeah, this pin location just about 5 or 6 paces further on than it was yesterday. Still up that right side. You can see him set up there well to try and hit something high, cutting from left to right.
This looks great on a good line.
Will it hold on? Short-sighted, but still plenty of green to work with there.
Wyndham Clark has 264 with an iron in hand, so you know Tom Kim is jealous of that. He's probably looking to hit it right at the TV tower.
Yeah, 242 front. Definitely the firepower to get it there. This looks like a bit of a utility club here. Does hit it extremely flat. This green complex gets a little firm. He needs to take it a little higher, I think.
For that.
This is a mile left.
Oh boy, that was a good break actually. If that had have missed that oak tree, could have hit the car path and been well left.
Disappointing shot for Wyndham Clark after what was the second longest drive at this hole so far today. Wyndham Clark's had success at this golf course. Claimed his first PGA Tour win at Quail Hollow with a 4-shot win over Xander Schauffele. But right there, just putting it into the oak tree and then buried in the rough. So all 3 of our players will have some work to do to get up and down for an opening hole birdie. Tom Kim, who has found himself in the mid-fairway bunker here at the 10th, had some bunker work to deal with yesterday as well, but you see shots like that, very comfortable with these greenside bunkers, Colin. And you know, for just being 22 years old, the guy has got a really impressive confidence in shots like this. Not only do you see it on the golf course in PGA Tour and major championship events, but we've seen it in the exciting TGL as well, as he brings some of those trick shots and some of those soft touch shots to that venue while he's not playing on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, he's a real character. Got to spend some time with him at the President's Cup also. And that man right beside him there, Paul Desori, veteran caddy, has caddied for some of the greats of the game. And if you can wind the clock back all the way back to Vijay Singh, in fact, spent a huge amount of time with Webb Simpson, also too, a local here, member at the Quail Hollow Golf Club. And I think these two are going to make a great team. Tom being so young, Paul brings so much experience to the team, knows these golf courses in and out, and I think this relationship will be a long and fruitful one together.
4 out of 7 from the bunkers yesterday, walking off how far he has. I heard Joanna mention it when this is one of the tougher shots in golf, kind of that 30 to 50 yard bunker shot, Colin. What makes it so difficult?
Well, number one, these guys just don't practice it enough. You know, they're never really putting themselves in a position where they have to play this very often. But the difficulty here is you've got to make the thought process. Am I trying to hit the ball first? Am I trying to hit it a little bit behind the ball? You may, in fact, see some of these guys club back to either a pitching wedge or a 9-iron. I'm not quite sure which one it looked like. We'll get a bit of a look at it here. Joanna might even be able to tell us. But you'll see some guys actually take a little bit more club, open the club a little bit more, and try and take it. This looks like a sort of a mid-wedge to me, Joanna.
It does. Looks like a gap wedge of some sort. So he's going to try to hit a long blasting bunker shot. The lip is no issue.
I usually find players that tend to work the ball a little bit from left to right are very good bunker players. Just saw that a moment ago.
Kim making it look easy. How about that?
He's laughing.
That for an opening birdie.
He's laughing. I think he actually got a little help from the fringe. It kicked it forward, so that was great.
And the trend continues for that young man. Put on a clinic yesterday from the sand. And let's take another look at this one. You can see well down in that bunker. Took that mid wedge, trying to get something to chase up there. And if you hit it just good enough, you might even get a little cheeky grin. Look at that back at Paul Desori. He knew he was out of position, but now with a very good putt for birdie. Only player in this field, I'm sorry, I should say in this group yesterday that didn't make a birdie. Both Wyndham Clark and Hideki Matsuyama both did.
This needs to sit.
Now this will go up and maybe just creep back on. No, it's going to stay there. You said it, Eric. He was out of position in that thick rough.
Yeah, that was not where he wanted to be after that 332-yard drive. But I also imagine, Joanna, we know Tom Kim tends to be a little deliberate out there on the golf course, and Wyndham Clark was ready to go as soon as Tom Kim hit his shot. I imagine we'll see a lot of that today, that Hideki and Wyndham are going to be ready to go when Tom finishes his shot.
Right, it's going to be an interesting dynamic. Hideki didn't hit that perfectly clean, to be honest. Little mishit.
Trickles up over that ridge and onto the green. So Tom Kim of the three will have the best look at birdie. And Hideki Matsuyama, look at his career. How about this one, Colin? Since 1958. Best second round scoring to par at majors. You've got Tiger Woods 28 under par. Hideki Matsuyama 22 under par. So he has feasted on second rounds in his major career, and looking to do that here today as he sits on the projected cut line at +1.
Well, don't forget too, he shot 64 at this golf course in the second round in 2017. So if he can just channel shades of 2017, he might find himself in the conversation come the end of the day.
Yeah. It's tied for 5th at the 2017 PGA Championship. And Joanna, Wyndham still not on the green.
No, he's about a foot off. This putt is left to right. Has to be careful with this one.
John Ellis, his caddy.
See him from over here.
Would have been a heck of an effort considering where he left himself after that approach shot. Will be a disappointing par for Wyndham Clark after that beautiful drive. Joanna, the greens a little drier, a little firmer this morning than they were yesterday?
I would say so, based on Tom Kim's bunker shot and Wyndham Clark's pitch. It's definitely rolling out. They are a little brown, and there's no dew on the greens. Definitely the fairways, but greens look dry, firm, and fast.
I was going to say, Colin, that seems to be a lighter shade of green than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you can see there that little high point just off to the right-hand side of Matsuyama as you look at it on our screen there, just starting to get that little sort of browned out tinge. I think they have this golf course right where they want it at the moment. They'll only get firmer and faster as the day goes on. Little swinger here for Matsuyama.
Yes, right to left. A little downhill after the hole. Needs to be careful here too. Nice.
Well judged. Second day in a row that Hideki Matsuyama has birdied the 10th hole. will move him to even par for the championship. Good start from the former Masters champion. Looks like a green jacket, green shade of polo he's got on there today.
Tom Kim, after such a gorgeous approach shot from that sort of mid fairway bunker, unable to pay it off, catching that right edge and spinning it out almost to the same length he had. These edges on these cups are just cut so sharp.
It's just a punch in the gut for Tom Kim after that beautiful bunker shot. And obviously you saw that first putt, assume, oh, he's going to be under par for the championship. Good start. And instead he's left shaking his head and talking with his caddy, Paul Tesori. And now Clark to finish up his par. Might make you a little nervy standing over this one after you just watched what Tom Kim did.
These short putts, as the day goes on, a little bit more foot traffic too. You really have to pay attention. Disappointing 5 for Wyndham Clark after having an iron in for his second.
Trudge to the 11th hole, par 4. Little dog leg left here, 464 yards, Colin.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Eric. You know, so many shots at this golf course, Quail Hollow Golf Club, need to be hit the correct shape. We saw the 10th hole there needed a little draw. 11th here also requires a draw off the tee. If you take it down that left side, you'll have to challenge those 2 bunkers that we saw in the pin location today. Almost the same yardage on the green, albeit on the opposite side. Yesterday we saw it over on that left-hand side, just over that ridge. Today, over on that right-hand side, over the same ridge. False front at the front of this green. Anything that doesn't quite get on towards those sea of white arrows will come all the way down off the green. Traditionally, a little bit firmer green as well.
It's one of the things throughout yesterday's coverage, Colin, that really surprised me of just how many different ways the ball can move on these greens as Hideki is ready to go. Joanna with the driver in hand.
He is ready to go. Perfect line is aggressive just over the fairway bunkers. And this is left of the fairway bunkers. And I heard some trees. Oh, and he got a member's bounce into the middle of the fairway.
We saw that yesterday a lot, didn't we, Eric, with Matt Fitzpatrick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 8:33 starting.
Now let's take another look at that and see if we can see anything. It just looked a little quick, out of timing. And that body just stops a little bit and those hands take over. Now Wyndham Clark set up well over on the far right-hand side of the tee box here to try and create an angle.
This tee shot must be hard for him and his eyesight. He started that as far left as he possibly could. It's a little right.
Oh boy. It is nestled up against and or behind a tree. And Joanna is going to get a good look at that because Wyndham Clark might be in some trouble here at the 11th.
I just don't know how you'd hit a fade on this hole. This is high draw all day. Tom Kim also set up down on the right side of the tee.
Yeah, 313 yards to carry that second of the 2 bunkers down the left. He's going to have to take it at that oak tree just to the right of that first bunker.
is an aggressive line for him.
Oh boy, look at that thing. Just caught the shoulder of that bunker by the looks of it.
Like it might have been safe after that first bounce, but then it disappears. Those fairway bunkers on the left side. We will find out where everybody sits when we return.
Pop quiz. What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
I have no idea.
I have no clue. I have no idea.
What is the nickname of Charlotte, North Carolina?
The Queen City.
Nailed it.
I went to Wake.
I know, but not a lot of guys
It took
got
me
that.
9 years to graduate, but I think I got that one.
Colin, you might get some objections from folks in the great city of Cincinnati, also the Queen City. Running out of nicknames for cities. Beautiful shot of downtown Charlotte. And some great weather today in the second Queen City. Let's see where everybody wound up. I think Hideki Matsuyama getting the kick out of the tree, albeit way back there, probably in the best shape of the three.
Yeah, look at that 232 drive, 232 to this pin location today. Over on the far right, we saw Tom Kim get that unfortunate little kick left. Looks like it's down in that bunker. But Hideki Matsuyama first to go.
Hideki got extremely lucky, but like you said, 232, hole location on the right, middle of the green. With that tee shot, he would be happy with a green and reg here.
Yeah, this is one of those pin locations today, especially from this distance. That 11 sign, just wear it out. That's the center of the green. Not happy. Sometimes these players just get a poor visual in their head. That's not what you want to do. You want to be completely committed to the shot that you're hitting, see a good picture, and then execute.
All right.
It sounded like it came right off the toe.
He gave it one of those one-handed finishes again.
That is well off the mark there. The tee shot, you could see, was completely out of timing. Ball went way left, and then again completely out of time and sync. The ball goes way right. He's playing Army golf early.
And just wonder how much of that is the injuries that he's dealing with. As Joanna mentioned on the range this morning, the calf and the wrist. And now Tom Kim in the fairway bunker, Joanna.
Tom Kim is 174. Pretty standard lie, no lip issue here.
Yeah, so much of this shot here is maintaining a good height with your head Got to stay extremely level. Pick this ball as clean as you can.
Sounded like clean contact going just right at the flag.
You could hear that ball when it hit the green there, Eric. It was a little bit more of a thud, a little bit more of a bounce. Just started to show a little fire. Maybe caught that one just a groove low.
Wyndham Clark has 159. A sliver of a window just right of the tree in front of him. There's another tree about 20 yards up. He is trying to establish his footing. We know he can get a little slippery out of pine straw, but he can advance this close to the left side of the green. He hit that high on the face, came out dead. It was teed up on that pine straw. It's hard to make clean contact, so high on the face, not a lot of ball speed.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate break off the tee. You know, that's what happens when you have a kind of a one-dimensional flight. As we take another look at it there, you can see that ball sitting up exactly as Joanna described it. Restricted follow through, obviously, because of the oak tree. Caught it high in the face. When you catch it high in the face, it actually turns the ball towards the left-hand side, and we saw his ball finish just inside the left first cut of rough. He'll have a good angle at the pin, but not optimal. Mistake was made off the tee.
Wyndham Clark and Tom Kim both with opening pars at the par 5 10th. Matsuyama the birdie, but has now hit 2 shots in a row that he has not looked and felt right swinging the golf club. And it's tough to look into the body language too much, Colin, of Hideki Matsuyama, because he is so demonstrative. When he hits even a good shot, sometimes he lets go of the club in disgust and it winds up in the middle of the fairway or the middle of the green.
Yeah, I've covered a lot of golf with Hideki Matsuyama, and he catches me all the time with that one-handed finish, especially when I'm on the ground. So heads up for that, Joanna. But sometimes that hand comes off the club and you think, uh-oh, that was a bad one, and suddenly it's 10 feet. So not the case here. Completely out of position again, slightly short-sided. Short-sided back at 10. Didn't hit the greatest of pitch shots here, but this one from the rough will be a little bit more difficult as well.
Yeah, Hideki on the range was frustrated. I did take a couple swing videos. He was hitting it a little off the toe, so off the toe, because of gear effect, you're either going to get that hook or it's going to bleed out to the right. So we've seen a couple of them from Hideki today.
And it looks like it'll be Wyndham Clark first to play. Still short after the punch out from behind the tree. See that ridge line of that elevated green.
Pin is sitting on a bit of a flat spot, but he has to navigate a ridge before, and it does slope away a few paces after this whole location. Little deep. Sit.
That's that ridge that Joanna was describing. It's about 3 or 4 paces in front of that flagstick. Anything short will come back down that ridge. Anything long will kick towards the back of the green. There's plenty of protection with these greens and pin locations.
Yeah, his pitch mark is right at the flag. He missed his landing spot by probably 4 yards. Hideki short-sided here. Not much rain to work with. Needs some magic.
Second hole in a row that he's been short-sided.
That was excellent.
Yeah, just rolling past that pitch mark that you referenced from Wyndham Clark. And I think for inside of 10 feet from there was pretty good effort there for Matsuyama.
Tom Kim probably found the easiest place to get up and down from with this whole location. Pretty straight up the hill here.
The second night on the golf course gave Tom Kim fits yesterday. He had 3 bogeys and a double bogey on the second 9. No bogeys on the front 9. Did have 3 birdies and an eagle also on his day. Was able to birdie this 11th yesterday, Colin. We need a pretty miraculous trip here.
Well, it's doable. We heard Joanna say that. And that is a pretty fine effort. You know, there's places you can miss it, and there's places that you can't. And we've already seen that with a couple of shots from Matsuyama being short-sided at 10 and again 11. Ahead and tap that in.
Back-to-back pars to start the day for Tom Kim.
The 11th hole yesterday played as the 7th most difficult.
Wyndham uphill, moving to his right ever so slightly.
Right now we've got Matsuyama in shot. Just looking at shot link, we have Wyndham Clark at 27 feet. So he should be first. He would have learned a little something too from Tom Kim, no doubt.
Left it on the same side of the hole as Tom Kim's chip. And a tap in 4.
Yeah, a mistake was made off the tee there for Wyndham Clark. You know, sometimes when you're, if we could call him a one-dimensional player off the tee, you know, when you get in that situation, you find yourself in holes that move in the opposite direction, and we can be extremely challenging. We saw that yesterday with John Rahm also.
That was a tap-in bogey. My apologies. You're right, Colin. He was stuck in that tree off of the tee, so had to take his medicine. So a square on the scorecard. And now 2 over par for the championship for Wyndham Clark. And Matsuyama's got a decent par putt here, Joanna.
This should be pretty straight. Maybe a touch right to left.
Well done. Matsuyama, who is fantastic around the greens. Look at strokes gained around the greens. He was first on tour last year. He's 4th this year, and a couple fine chips to set up a birdie and a par at 10 and 11. So despite the struggles off the tee and with the approach, sometimes the short game can save you, Colin.
Yeah, that it can.
We walk to the 11th, another par 4. 443 yards, a little downhill off the tee. This 12th hole, hardest fairway to hit at the 2017 PGA Championship.
Yeah, I think a lot of that too has to do with the elevation in the tee shot. Really, a hole that moves from left to right should be an easy one to hit, but also this fairway sits at about a 45-degree angle to what they're actually trying to land it on. And if you can manage to find the fairway, you can go hunting today at this pin location. You can see that sea of red arrows. That signifies a thumbprint, false front at the front of this green. Yesterday we saw the pin all the way in the back, gave a lot of players fits, but today we're going to see a lot more birdies than what we saw yesterday. In fact, there was only 11 birdies made entirety throughout the day's play, and you can see it already. 3 birdies have been made at this hole today, totaling 14. So Matsuyama now with the tee box.
This one's a bit left. Gonna rattle some trees.
It's gonna put a dent in that driver head, Colin.
We might need someone to follow him around and fix all the little dent marks in the tee boxes too. I'd say that one was a little toe ball again.
He was disgusted with it on the driving range. I wonder at what point do you bench it?
Yeah, true. This tee shot should really suit Tom Kim. You can see him taking a little bit more of an aggressive aim down this right center. Maybe trying to hold something a touch straighter.
This one left side. As long as it's past that tree, should be good.
Yeah, we'll take the first cut of rough here at the difficult driving hole, the 12th. Not the greatest of angles to that left pin.
If Wyndham wants to hit this fairway, he's going to have to hit it, start it halfway in between the previous hole and this hole, with how much he curves it off ball.
Hung on to that one a little more.
Yeah. All right, straighter ball for him. Good.
Yeah, just 78 feet of curve. So many people say, oh, these pros, they hit it so straight. I spend half my day telling them how much curve that these pros do. You could see Joanna just mentioned there a less curve on that one, and that was 78 feet of curve.
Clark curves it right into the fairway here at the 12th. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Today's live odds brought to you by ESPN Sportsbook. Hideki Matsuyama, 100 to 1 right now. Despite that opening birdie, still quite a few shots back of our leader, Johnny Vegas. I'm sure you could have gotten pretty nice odds for first round leader Jonathan Vegas yesterday, and congratulations to him, the first Venezuelan-born player to ever lead after a round at a major championship. And Matsuyama is near the patrons, near the path on the left side here. Got the tree trouble to deal with, Joanna, and another disappointing tee shot for Hideki Matsuyama, who continues to be visibly frustrated after a lot of these shots.
For sure. He's frustrated, and he's going to have to hit a couple tee shots to kind of change the memories for him. He has 166 here. He has found a nice lie in the rough. Trampled down, the grass is laying with him, so it'll be easy to make good contact here, but he has lots of tree trouble. The right side of the green opens up, the right bunker. If he has a little bit of hook spin to it, he could advance it onto the green. But this is a difficult shot.
I've been in this situation, caddying for Jason Day for many years. Left side, you used to wear this out. It is a very challenging shot. So much of it is just get it back into position, give yourself a good angle to try and get it up and down.
Has some hook spin to it. It avoids that bunker. That's excellent.
I gotta say, Colin, if that's a shot that I'm hitting, my playing partners are hiding behind their cart and praying not to get hit by a ricochet shot. And Hideki Matsuyama just rolls it so softly up to the green there. That's impressive.
He made that shot look easy. Anytime you have a thick rough, it's wet, it's got a little dew on it, so easy to get that grass matted around the hosel, turn it well left, but used a lot of strength to be able to do that shot.
Tom Kim has 139, first cut of rough, has a backstop behind this pin location. This is green light.
Yeah, this pin location is going to see plenty of birdies today. Talked about these players getting off to a fast start.
It's pretty good.
Will it, Eric? Oh my goodness.
It will not. It's going to hang up there on that ridge.
Just that first cut of rough. Didn't get a lot of grab there.
You were spot on there. If that had been from the fairway, that would have come zipping back. But out of that first cut, you can see him having conversation there as we take a good close look at that grip there of Wyndham Clark. Doesn't get much better than that. Does get steep on these wedges occasionally, gets a lot of spin. He's got to manage it here.
Yes, 131 for Wyndham Clark. Line looks good.
Towards the hole, and a great birdie look here at the 12th for Wyndham Clark. Could be stealing one. This 12th, a very difficult hole. We talked about the shot shape and how you got to move and groove your shots into a lot of these holes here at Quail Hollow. And now from PGA of America Coaching Center in Frisco, Texas, powered by T-Mobile, we go to Natalie Sheehan, the director of women's golf at Pelican Country Club, to give us some insights into those shot shaping capabilities of these fantastic players.
Yeah, so these guys are going to have to shape a lot of shots this week into the greens, and I have got my tennis racket here that is going to help us learn how to fix your big miss for those of you at home who struggle with hitting it left or right. But this is a great visual for how the guys are shaping their shots this week. So if you picture the tennis racket and we wanted to stop slicing the golf ball, we're going to add some top spin. So we can add some top spin there, and if you hook too much, we're going to add some cut spin. So you can see the racket kind of cuts across the golf ball. So if we put the club in our hand and you are somebody who comes over the top and slices the golf ball, we're going to have that top spin feeling this way, getting the club to swing more in to out, and that should help us create more of that draw pattern where the ball works right to left. So this is a great way to shape the golf ball and learn how to fix your big miss.
Thank you, Natalie. We appreciate that. PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. Is that a conforming club, the tennis racket, Colin, if we throw that in the bag?
I've seen actually that done before. She does a great job of demonstrating exactly what the point is that she's trying to make, and I've seen people actually glue or fix that tennis racket onto the shaft of the golf club too, just to try and demonstrate that as a visual and make that sort of connection between the tennis racket and the club. But she did a great job there of showing people how to fix their big miss.
We say the face is king. We have a tennis racket with a golf grip on it in my teaching bay right now.
There you go.
Well, maybe we'll get Roger Federer in a featured group or one of these days. You know, Pro-Am.
Hideki's up first. Extremely slow putt here, moving to his left.
What a gorgeous shot it was from out of the trees left to at least give himself a, let's call it a birdie chance, albeit a long one.
One thing we have seen consistently now, yesterday and today, is how difficult it is to judge these uphill putts. I don't know if we've seen too many uphill putts go past the hole, Colin, in our coverage yesterday. Almost all of them coming up short.
And we get on that putting green in the morning, you know that the day is going to be so much about the green speeds and watching these greens evolve throughout the day, but it's so difficult to get yourself to hit it too hard and suddenly have that 3 or 4 foot back down the hill. Now this one, folks, look where Tom Kim is going to be aiming this one.
Yes, he'll have his back towards the hole pretty much, aiming way out to the right. This is extremely fast. He can't even see the hole right now.
Yeah, so much of this is the athleticism, the creativity, the painting by feel, not by numbers.
Picking up speed as it comes boomeranging down. I got to imagine, Joanna, that there was some chatter with Tom Kim not believing how his ball didn't come down off that ridge on the approach shot.
Not exactly. It's just that slight bit of loss of friction with the first cut of rough. It just bounded too much. That's the difference. Game of inches at times.
So many of these players, caddies, you know, they get down, sit down the evening before when the pin sheets come out or the morning of, and they'll go over a strategy, pick the holes that they want to try and make birdies on, pick the holes that they want to try and respect. But no doubt when this one came on the pin sheet, everybody was circling this one for a birdie chance. But John Ellis and Wyndham Clark are giving this one the double team right here.
It's so interesting that he agrees with the line on the ball, and then the caddy steps away. This is quick, right to left.
Just take a look at the length of this stroke, folks. Just so hard to hit it that far outside the hole from that distance. Going to see a lot of that today.
Over for the day when Clark +2 for the championship. And now Tom Kim trying to finish off his par. We'll be able to look at the hole at least on this putt, which is an improvement from the last one.
You big on aim point, Joanna?
I know aim point. I certainly use it sometimes, but I'm never going to lose sight of the picturing of the putt and trusting my eyes a bit. But I certainly know it. I think it's important to know it, but not abuse it.
Well said.
drips in the par here at the 12th.
You know, with Tom Kim's first putt, there's not enough fingers on your hand to measure the degree of slope. So, you know, I don't know what an aim pointer would do on that one. And it just reminds me of something they would see at Augusta. You just got to feel it, see it, picture that spot, the crest of the hill, and let it fall.
Well, they call this place the Augusta of the North. And definitely these green complexes would suggest that.
First par 3 of the day for our featured group. 13th hole, 214 yards. Very severe false front on this 13th hole. Pin in the back right there. And Colin, we know what the second half, or I should say the final third of this second 9 brings. So these players, I'm sure, kind of starting to gear up, saying, all right, if I'm going to make up some shots here before we make the turn, I got to do it on 13, 14, and 15 before we hit the green mile.
Yeah, and I think this pin location today, it's a little bit tricky. You've got to really respect where it's located on the green, as we just get a little bonus coverage there at Jordan Spieth. Up ahead, you can see to the left of the screen there are multiple teeing boxes here, so they can create different angles, different looks. But with the pin all the way in the back right portion today, a lot of players, especially from 214, will give this a little bit, this pin location, a little bit of a wide berth out to the left-hand side. If you go long and above this pin location, it is a treacherously fast pitch, or even putt from the top left of this green down to this pin location. So look for players to be a little bit more cautious, try and keep the ball below the hole a little bit, but like you say, get over that false front at the front of this green, otherwise you're all the way down that collection area.
Matsuyama with a par here at the 13th yesterday. He's 1 under on the day today.
See him there aiming just left of the camera tower. That is a good line on this hole.
This is left side of the green.
Right there is
another miss.
Not where you want to be, Joanna.
Slammed his club on the ground. Very frustrated. Needs a little Bob Rotella in his life right now.
Let's take another look at it here. Good club face position at the top, but it's all about contact. And you can see he is frustrated. Hasn't hit the middle of the golf club in the first 3 holes. And that trend continues. And with the 14th, the next hole that you have to play with water all down the left-hand side, he better sort it out quick.
Sounded clean, heading towards the left side of the green.
That is pretty much where you want to try and hit that to this pin location. It's one that you just have to leave low of the hole and give it a little bit of a wide berth. Plenty of danger up and around the hole here. Like I say, that man on camera there, Paul Desori, has been around this golf course, I would say, at least 300 times. Wealth of experience.
Wyndham 1 over par on the day, 2 over par for the championship, and a bogey here at the par 3 13th yesterday.
Tee shot should suit him. Let's see if his frustration will make him go a little bit more aggressively.
This is a more aggressive line, just left of it.
Now, will it stay? It might hold on. Will it? No, it's gone. Look where this ends up.
risk reward with that aggressive line. And Wyndham Clark's ball finds the collection area here at the 13th at Quail Hollow Club. Some beautiful aerial shots of Quail Hollow Club. A little overcast today, but as far as we know, knock on wood, no rain in the forecast. Here at the par 3 13th, Tom Kim, the only one of our featured group on the putting surface, but still 50 feet away. And, you know, really, Colin, if you want to illustrate the slopes of these greens, you could just look at the shot Wyndham Clark just had. Took the aggressive line, tried to go right towards the pin, came up short, didn't get over the ridge line, and is now 75 feet away in that collection area. Has to go over the bunker.
Yeah, when you stand back on this tee as a caddy, and I can speak from experience, even in the practice round, you'll say, hey, when the pin is back right, this is where we want to hit it. And you can see the players like, yeah. But you've got to sort of say, are you listening? Because you can almost hit the perfect tee shot here, and you can be some 30, 40 yards back down in that collection area where we saw Wyndham Clark and be totally out of position. There's pins to respect, there's pins to go at, and this is one that you have to give some respect to.
And it looks like, Joanna, that Hideki Matsuyama is ready to go first.
Yes, Hideki's up first. Decent line in the rough. Can see some of the ball here. Extremely quick. And we have someone in the background walking around. He almost stopped, dropped, and rolled there. Hideki's chip is extremely quick, moving to his right.
The stop, drop, and roll. I like it.
Landed this just less than halfway there. Feeding nicely. Great shot.
Very well played there for Matsuyama. You could see it right at the end of that chip shot. You're thinking to yourself, it's going to stop maybe a foot and a half, and just getting a little firmer, a little faster, and that one just rolled out a little bit more to that 3 or 4 foot, Joanna.
Hideki's placing mark on this ball. If you're playing with your buddies, you wouldn't want him to mark that ball to help it, but Wyndham's going to have to hit a mid to high trajectory spinner here. The blade's open. Pretty high spinner. That's really well done.
He must have also gone to the Joanna Coe short game school at Marion. We saw yesterday John Rahm hit a low spinner to the pin location over in the front left. This time Wyndham Clark went a little higher, a little softer, but also put a little fizz on it. Nicely played. He's hit 2 great shots already on this hole.
It's beautiful to watch.
Kim eyeing this 50-footer and it gets lined up. I got to tell you, Colin, Hideki Matsuyama, mentioned it a hole ago, but you know, his wedge game really keeps him in contention even when the rest of his game is not solid, and we've seen it now every single hole so far in this second round. He has had a recovery chip shot to give him either a look at birdie or par, and that is a fantastic skill to have, and one of the best in the world, obviously 4th in strokes gained around the green this season on PGA Tour.
Tom Kim, little uphill, moving to his right pretty significantly, leaving the pin in.
Didn't make anything of significant length yesterday on the greens. Something up in around that sort of 3 or 4 feet would be a great effort here for Tom. If it falls in, great.
Great pace.
This is on the low side, but just a couple feet away.
At least that 2-footer's a lot easier uphill.
Momentum has so much to do with how these guys perform day in and day out, Colin. You just wonder how Tom Kim's round would have gone had he had made that birdie putt on the 10th hole to start things off, and that 360 lip out, what looked like a surefire birdie. And since then, it's been just kind of lunch pailing his way around, knocking in pars everywhere he goes.
Yeah, this game is so much about momentum, as you talk about it. You know, sometimes it's a putt, a chip, pitch shot, an iron shot, even a drive. And for Matsuyama, this man just needs to feel one come out the center of the golf club, and then, you know, hey, now we're off and playing golf again. And it's how you manage that expectation too. You know, he's known as prolific ball striker, and for him, you know, when he's off just a fraction, it can become extremely frustrating. We've got to watch to make sure that that frustration doesn't lead to bogeys.
Third par in a row for Hideki Matsuyama. And again, a great up and down.
He's doing exactly what he has to do at this point. You know, he doesn't have his best stuff, but he knows he has a job to do today, and that's to make the cut. Can't win this championship from watching it at home on the TV. That's probably going to be somewhere around even par, maybe even sneak into the red figures a little bit, depending on conditions. Not a lot of wind today at all. John Ellis says, if you hit it right there, buddy, it's going in. Do you agree with that, Joanna?
Absolutely. This is a quick one for Wyndham. Got to commit to line and speed.
You saw him have that fast one at the previous hole. Really didn't make a great committed stroke. It's hard to hit an aggressive putt downhill. Better stroke there.
Clark walks away with a par, and I mentioned it coming into this hole, Colin. You know, scoring opportunities at this portion of the course. Yesterday in round number 1, holes 13 through 15 played a cumulative 85 under par, whereas holes 16 through 18, the Green Mile, played a cumulative 171 over par. So 3 pars here in our featured group on hole number 13, but 2 of the easiest holes on the golf course coming up as they make their way to the 14th.
Yeah, it's a great point. And here it is, the drivable 14th hole. You can see par 4 measuring 340 yards. It is an elevated tee shot. Most of the players will be trying to get it down into the collection area. Right there around that sort of 285 mark. That's where it changes from fairway cut into surround or fringe cut. And if they can manage to get it into that area where it's signified by those red arrows at the front right of the green, it's a fairly simple chip shot up the length of the green. You will see some players try and drive this green, but The issue with driving the green is there's a spine that runs right down through the middle of this green. If you get on the wrong side of that, your ball can be rejected off the green. And so far this week at the 14th hole, we've seen 5 eagles, 70 birdies against those 23 bogeys and 3 others. Stroke average 3.71. As Eric just mentioned, you've got to make hay while the sun shines, and it's going to shine here for 2 holes. You got to get after it. Iron for Matsuyama here.
Just put the driver away, at least for the moment, Joanna, just like you were wondering what he was going to do.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the hole you want to hit driver if you're frustrated with it, so not surprised with this play. He can still make a birdie with an iron.
Try and take it over that fairway bunker down the left side there. He should be able to do that if it's in the middle of the face.
Everything's a little left today.
In the bunker it goes.
I see some head covers from Tom Kim and Wyndham Clark, so we might be waiting. Tom Kim, is that a fairway medal in his hand?
Just right into that green sidewalk above. Good routine.
Bogey here yesterday at the 14th for Tom Kim.
Hit it yesterday well left into the penalty area. Then his next shot down into the greenside trap, and we saw that in the highlight package earlier. He almost holed it, and that would have been an all-world par. So just trying to get it something down in that front right portion of this green. 3 wood will still be enough to get you within, I think, that fringe cut.
I love this. You sold on it? Yeah. Yeah.
Just down the right.
That one just down, sitting up fairly nicely in that sort of left portion. A little bit on the upslope will make it a bit easier.
You know, heard the positive swing talk between Tom Kim and Paul Tesori when the ball was mid-flight. You heard Paul say, "I like this one. You like it?" "Yeah, I like it." Here's Wyndham now with an iron in hand.
Just watch how aggressively he goes with these long irons.
Should be fine here, right center. Conservative play.
So nobody electing to go for the green here at the short par 4 14th. Wyndham Clark, beautifully done in the middle of the fairway. Well, we check in around the course. Max Homa with the round of the day so far. He is 5 under through 7 holes. This one for birdie at the 13th just drips in. That was his second birdie of the day. And how about this? The tee shot at the 14th, where our featured group is right now. He takes out the driver. This might be the shot of the tournament, Colin Swatton. The par 4, driver in hand. Look where this ball ends up. Bounds with a big bounce off the front of the green and within a foot of the cup. As it settles in, a kick-in eagle at 14 for Max Homa, and he follows it up with a birdie at 15 on the par 5. And Max Homa, who earned his first PGA Tour victory here at Quail Hollow in 2019, has jumped well inside the cut line after a disappointing Thursday. That is a lot of circles through 7 holes for Max Homa.
Yeah, doing exactly what he's got to do. Hit the fairways, 5 of 6 of those. And then, boy, that highlight reel was something special. You talked about it, that stretch of holes 13 through 15. You've really got to take advantage of it. And Max Homa has done it exactly perfectly.
And that shot he hit on 14, you know, we had the featured group with Patrick Cantlay, Matt Fitzpatrick, and John Rahm yesterday, Colin. And Patrick Cantlay hit almost the identical shot yesterday. The problem was the pin was way up front, and he had a really long putt because he was about 70, 80 feet away. And today, with the pin location in the far back, you can let that drive run out. And if you're accurate enough, eagle is in play.
Yeah, and I think the choice of shot shape there, too. You know, I think for Homa, he actually took it nice and high over the oak trees down the left. Now, to do that, you've got to start it at the penalty area. Anything coming in with a right to left shape is destined for the water. Now, Wyndham Clark, all set here from the middle of the fairway. 112, Joanna.
112, looking to be aggressive here. And that was a little dangerous.
Still might be a little dangerous.
Nope. Sit.
It is not stopping. Into the water.
Tom Kim has the view on that one. All right, Hideki is up. 102. Ball way above his feet, out of the rough. So for those at home, learning moment. He's going to have to choke way up on this, maybe to the metal. And because this is going to impact really the static lie angle of the club, so it's going to be way, way upright, he needs to aim way right and assume he's going to pull it. So with water left, this is tricky. That's a little left as well.
Easy.
Oh
Same
my.
spot.
All right. Interesting plays so far by 2 players. Tom Kim feeling pretty good about himself right now. 61 yards out of the first cut of rough. I think he's going to throw this a little right. What do you think, guys?
I think so.
I'll take the over on that. Yeah, it's a tricky pin location. On paper, it looks very accessible, but there's nothing easy about this pin location. Like I say, spine runs right down the entire center of this green. Anything left with any motion or movement from right to left is destined for that water.
Just hit the top of that ridge with some spin. Direction was good, but just missed his landing spot by a couple.
Now, we talked about the game of inches, and that's exactly what it is. It's inches and feet. When you have green complexes with the movement and the character that we have here at the Quail Hollow Golf Club, you know, you get a situation where you don't have to be far off and you can be made to look like that was a fairly average pitch shot from 60 yards.
And mentally, it's just so difficult to watch what happened before him. The 2 players, it's just hard for even the best players in the world to get that out of their mind. Did Wyndham stay up? I can't see on the other side of the green. Do we know about these two balls?
I thought I saw the ball in the water, but I also didn't see him drop one, Colin.
No, we'll have to wait for clarification on that.
Shot tracker shows him sitting up on the rough.
Lucky.
I could have sworn I saw that ball in the water, but it might have been somebody else's ball. Joanna, while you're down there, grab that for me. I'll take the water ball home.
We're going to get you an endorsement deal with a manufacturer. Is the NIL, is that eligible for you guys?
For broadcasters, I don't know. Matsuyama also shot tracker showing that he did not go into the water. It's a little bit of an optical illusion there for both of these players.
Well, it's a very steep bank, but it has a lot of thick rough between the fringe and the penalty area. So for both of those guys, I could imagine they would be, if that is to be the case and they're outside the penalty area, they can consider themselves extremely fortunate.
That was a nice aggressive move at it by Wyndham. You could tell with Hideki just frustration just spilling over from shot to shot.
We spoke about that just a hole previous at the 13th. You know, he hasn't been able to hit the center of the club face. Let's take another look here at Wyndham Clark. Joanna said, nice aggressive shot. You could see there was no breakdown there in those wrists at all. Kept that left wrist flat, thumbs down. Nicely played.
The group behind is going to hit, so the players have stepped off the green.
While we have a minute waiting for the group behind us to tee off, Colin, you're out there caddying for a player and visibly they're emotional, they're frustrated. Well, what's that conversation like, and how do you toe the line of not angering them more by talking to them, but also kind of bringing them back to reality that there's still a lot of golf in front of them?
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where, depending on your relationship, how far it extends back, the extremes to that relationship, whether you're involved in conversations with the coach, and things like that, then you can sort of say, hey, you're struggling to, feel a stable face through impact, or you're not timing it quite right or something. And also, too, the player might come to you and sort of say, hey, what's going on? For the case there of Paul Desori, who caddies for Tom Kim, he is a kind of swing coach as well. So he's probably got the latitude to say a little bit more than, say, someone that doesn't necessarily have that latitude. So you've got to pick your moments, you've got to pick your battles, because like you say, if you say the wrong thing at the wrong time, it could be detrimental, but the right thing at the right time, it can really, really spur a player on.
Joanna, when you were out on the driving range this morning, did you get a sense of, maybe a little uneasiness considering how some of these players played yesterday? Obviously, I don't think anybody was expecting to see Jonathan Vegas and Luke Donald and Ryan Fox atop the leaderboard. Some of these perennial powerhouse guys, we just didn't see great rounds of golf yesterday.
100%. But each day, I think it gets more and more serious out in the practice facility. Not as much clapping each other up from the friends. But with Hideki in particular, a ball just almost hit me. With Hideki in particular, I saw his caddy, and perhaps it was his manager, recording swing after swing and showing him after every single shot. And then he's, shaking his wrists in somewhat pain. So, you know, when you're looking at your golf swing that closely, you know, 20 minutes leading up to your tee time, that's not good news. So at a certain point, you have to just kind of let it go and swing your swing and play the ball flight. But he just is so frustrated for the last few hours, really, and no one can compete and perform at the highest level with that kind of frustration.
That's good stuff, Joanna, and obviously that frustration carrying over from the driving range, the practice facility onto the course today for Matsuyama. He's hit the shots that he's wanted to hit, but it's not really affected his scoring. He's still 1 under for the day. Now Tom Kim, a long birdie attempt.
Moving to his left.
With a good read there. Moves to the left towards the water and tap in par for Tom Kim. Nothing but pars on the scorecard for the 22-year-old. This group, Colin, we're looking like we're walking away without a single birdie and potentially even a bogey on one of the easiest holes of the course.
Yeah, and I think so much of that is driven by the pin location, but also but what we've seen for the last hour or so too. All of these guys, not necessarily, with the exception of course of Tom Kim, haven't really been displaying their best stuff. And then when
I truly think if Tom Kim played first, I think that changes everything.
Yeah, I would agree too.
First bogey of the day for Matsuyama. Again, comes at one of the easiest holes, a place where you want to pick up shots, not lose them. As Clark taps in the par behind him. Got the leaf blowers out, making sure the sand is not on the green here at the 14th as we move to the par 5 15th, Colin. And again, you talk about making up shots. This is your last opportunity before you hit the green mile.
Yeah, it's a beautiful par 5. Again, an elevated tee shot. Hits down to the plateau right here. 300 to that bunker on the right side. Then it's an elevated second shot here to a green complex that has plenty of character in it. We saw the pin over in the far front right of the green yesterday and absolutely got annihilated with birdies. In fact, there were 67 of those made yesterday and 6 eagles to that pin location today. Pin location all the way in the back left. You won't see as much activity. Makes it a little bit more tricky to get it all the way back to that pin location. But a hole you have to take advantage of, because once you put the putter back in the bag here at the 15th, you've got that stretch of holes that you referenced, the green mile. And there are the hole statistics this week. 6 eagles, they were all made yesterday, of course. I said that there were 67 birdies registered here yesterday, and you can see to that tally of now 71. So not many birdies made. It's early going, but pin locations so far look just a little more tricky. We saw it yesterday. It was almost, I think, almost 2 shots, 1.74, I believe, over par, the scoring average. And I'd say today, even with these conditions, little wind, little cloud cover, trying to keep some moisture in the green, I think the scoring is still going to be maybe similar, maybe just a fraction easier.
Straight in, Paul.
Tom Kim with the eagle here yesterday. It was sandwiched in.
Looking at the ball intently.
Yeah.
Good close-up of it there. Great camera work. Well done, guys.
Eagle was
Look
sandwiched in between two bogeys at 14 and 16 yesterday.
Good ball here, right down the middle.
I would come down on those people up in the pink. Yeah. So I'll cut it over the tree. Love it.
Clark next to play, just looking down. You can see exactly what they do. They play the 14th green, walk up a small hill to the 15th tee box here, but paying the respect to the group behind our featured group this morning.
Yes, he's waiting for Bryson to hit his greenside bunker shot. Bryson just blasted it. And not a good one from Bryson either.
We know, Joanna, that the hard deck for this operation is 10,000 feet, but this man is going to buzz the tower. See those two oak trees down the left-hand side? He is going to challenge and hit it up and over those. Penalty area left. He has to move this ball from left to right.
Started it on the left side of those trees, fading towards the left bunker. Okay, landed soft.
146 feet of curve.
It's Bubba Watson-esque.
No, they don't all hit it straight, but they manage to find the fairway, and that's what it's about.
But Bubba could move it both ways with 146 feet of curve.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, what he would give to hit the center of the face, Joanna. You might see him actually cheer a bit if he hits the center of the face.
Exactly. Here we go. All right. 2 hands on the club. Good sign.
And look at that. Lined up 3 in a row. The runway here at 15.
Yeah, the tee box at 15 avoids a thwack from the driver head of Hideki Matsuyama. He's finally hit one square, all 3 in the middle of the fairway.
Wanamaker Weight Challenge. The Wanamaker Trophy weighs 32 pounds. What weighs more? The Wanamaker Trophy, or this is a perfect one for you, An average 2-year-old child.
Yeah, the Wanamaker Trophy is heavier than an average 2-year-old child. It's not heavier than my 2-year-old child, but I would say it's heavier than an average 2-year-old child.
That's a weird one.
The Wanamaker. I held an average 2-year-old. I've never held the Wanamaker, but like, I feel like the Wanamaker looks more difficult to lift.
What weighs more, the Wanamaker Trophy or an empty keg of beer?
I'm going to say an empty keg of beer.
That is incorrect.
That's a trap question.
You're still a good guy, though.
Say Wanamaker.
That is correct.
Felt both those two.
Wanamaker Trophy. I think no matter what the weight, these players would be happy to lift it on Sunday. Second round coverage here at Quail Hollow Club, the 107th playing on the PGA Championship. I'm Eric Rothman alongside Colin Swatton and Joanna Coe. Take a look at the current cut line. 73 players at 1 over or better. The top 70 and ties make it to the weekend. And our featured group kind of teetering right on the edge. Wyndham Clark right now 2 over par. Hideki Matsuyama right at the cut line +1. And Tom Kim even for the championship. Everybody currently chasing Jonathan Vegas, who is out to start his second round after a opening 64 yesterday, but he has already 1 over through 2 this morning, so he has dropped a shot back to 6 under par for the championship. And as we mentioned, Max Homa with the round of the day so far. He is 5 under par through 8 and is creeped up to -3 for his tournament. A little traffic here at the 15th. Again, this was the easiest hole on the golf course in 2017. And the stretch of 13, 14, and 15 yesterday playing a cumulative 85 under par, whereas the Green Mile, holes 16, 17, and 18, which are coming up, played 171 over par.
Yeah, a little bit of a break here, so players were chatting. Tom Kim, Wyndham Clark, getting some snacks, hydrating. That's the time to do it every few holes when you're playing golf. Time to refuel. Keep those blood sugar levels steady.
There's always plenty of options when you're watching ESPN Plus. You can follow 4 different feature groups and holes on the app. Watch your favorite players from tee to green, all 18 holes. Justin Thomas, Dustin Johnson, Colin Morikawa, Spieth, Reed, and Oberg, as well as Bryson DeChambeau, Victor Hovland, and Gary Woodland. And then the whole coverage at the Green Mile, 16, 17, and 18. Dustin Johnson there, getting double bonus coverage when you get one featured group at a featured hole. It makes us broadcasters have to think a little harder than we normally do.
Yeah, I think with this pin location all the way in the back left today, it would be 2 good strikes to get it on the surface, especially with the amount of uphill that they play with here for their seconds.
That's right, and the ball is a little above their feet, so you're going to have to choke down on whatever club they choose. That takes off a little yardage of it. It plays 6-7 yards uphill. It would take an enormous strike to hit it over that front greenside bunker.
Also, too, you don't want to run the risk of coming to land in that front trap, even with the pin location at the 15th here, all the way in the back left, 22 paces on, just 4 off the left edge. That would be an extremely long bunker shot. Just take a look at that, folks.
Colin, with your experience, what's the best place to get up and down from? Short left or short right?
I think short right here. You can then pitch up the full length of the green. You don't have to deal with that little spine that sort of juts out on the left side. But also, too, I think if you leave it short, you know, where the fringe cut and the fairway grass is, so basically you're not even bringing those 2 bunkers down the right side into play. I think that leaves you sort of like a 40-yard pitch shot to back to that pin location. I think that's something that you've really got to think about, too. You just want to avoid finishing in those bunkers and then having an awkward distance and an awkward layup. But we are set to go. Hideki Matsuyama has clearance.
Green is clear. He has 281, fairway metal in hand, ball above the feet.
Everything says that this ball should come a little bit from his right to left.
This is heading towards that gap in between the left bunkers.
Well, they got up a lot further than I thought, and it's in that left bunker. That won't be too bad a shot, actually, from there for him. He'll be back pitching it into the grain, into the hill, depending on the lie. Looked like a domey flight, too. I don't think he hit that one on the button either.
No, it was diving a little bit. So probably another toe strike. Tom Kim, 275. Similar lie, ball above the feet.
Great view there at exactly what Joanna has described. You can see that ball is at least 6-12 inches above his feet.
Much higher ball flight by Tom Kim. He hit this well.
Oh my goodness.
They look good from here.
It's going to run down into that collection area beyond the green. Again, not a bad spot to miss it if you're going to miss it here at 15.
Wyndham Clark has 274. And with that draw lie, we know he likes to fade it. It's probably going to offset more of a straight ball. Looks like he's a little in between clubs.
Perfect, actually.
But the caddy is reassuring him that
it seems like
this should be perfect.
Shot, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, John Ellis has been with him from the get-go. They make a great duo together. John Ellis got a keen eye for the golf swing, good player himself.
High, middle of the green, needs to cover that bunker.
Commercially sound there from Clark to the heart of the green. Needs to get something going. An eagle here would go a long way to riding the ship.
He's looking to get some birdies on the board too, Colin, because frankly he's just not had a lot of success at this championship in his career. His 5th PGA Championship. He has missed the cut in 3 of his 4 previous attempts. The only one where he made the cut was Kiowa back in 2021. He finished tied for 75th in that tournament. And really, you look at the numbers since he won his major championship, the U.S. Open in 2023. He's had 19 major championship rounds and a combined score of 46 over par. And he's been over par in 11 of his last 12 major championship rounds. And right now sitting on the outside looking in, +2 for the championship so far, with that cut line currently sitting at 1 over par. So Wyndham Clark just has not really been able to get anything going in majors since winning that U.S. Open at Los Angeles Country Club a couple of years ago. As our golfers make their way to the green, a reminder that PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf. all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. You can find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Tom Kim, as we mentioned, an eagle.
Perfect speed. Probably forced his hand a little bit with that sprinkler between him and the hole, but gorgeous, gorgeous picture of the golf ball. Keeps the club extremely shallow coming through. Great contact, predictable flight. All three of these players going for this par 5 in 2. In fact, Tom Kim hit the surface, unable to keep it on the surface, just trickled off into the back collection area to the back left of the green. Hideki Matsuyama, you can see in the top screen, found the green side trap on the left, and Wyndham Clark, gorgeous shot to the heart of the green, will have an upcoming eagle putt.
I didn't get to check out Hideki's lie, but again, short-sighted. But into the green, a little bit into the wind, that should help him.
A little downhill lie here, ball below his feet. And a little bit on the downslope too. He's going to have to just clip this one perfect if he's to get this one close. Oh, you can hear that sound, that fizz. That was played absolutely perfectly.
Tom Kim up next out of the first cut of rough. A million ways to play this shot. Either you bump into the hill, land it on the green. You could hybrid putt it for those of you at home. There's a million ways, just whatever you feel like is the best chance to execute. He has something lofted in his hand. Probably going to be a mid-trajectory shot here just onto the green.
The camera angle doesn't really do it justice, but there's what we would class as a thumbprint at the back left of this green, which is a sort of a false roll-off edge. So he's got to make sure that he hits this one absolutely perfect. There's a better camera angle of the difficulty of the shot. He's got to land it into that grain, get it to go forward.
Excellent.
Made a difficult shot look extremely easy. I saw that chip in just that he had yesterday from the front right of the green. I thought for a moment too, you might see another one here, but that one just misses on the high side, runs through about 2 or 3 feet.
Wyndham Clark next to play. A little uphill in the beginning, right to left the entire way.
An eagle opportunity here for Wyndham Clark. Shoot him inside the projected cut line. Record 3.
It's looking good.
Real good. Wyndham Clark gets a spark here on the 15th with an eagle.
Well, he hasn't had a great day or couple of days so far on the greens. In fact, he's 0 from 4 outside of 25 feet. But that wasn't the case here. Found the heart of the green with a gorgeous fairway medal and then paid it off in the great fashion. Look at this thing. Boom. Right in the middle of the hole.
Well, we assume it was. Shoto was in our way.
I was in the whole way. I had a good angle on it. Hideki up next, moving a little to his right.
A gorgeous bunker shot from Matsuyama. to get it within this close. We've seen an eagle already from Wyndham Clark just a moment ago. Can we see 2 more birdies at the 15th? First, of course, from Matsuyama. We had a great view on it, Joanna. That line on Matsuyama's ball rolled end over end, so he had it read just a little straighter than it was.
And surely a disappointing bogey par on the 14th and 15th.
It's a tricky little spot. I mean, I have a greens book in front of me, but because there's a slope off that bunker, it kind of feels like that putt wouldn't move right, but there is a little bit of slope left to right for Hideki. So, all right, Tom Kim, let's reward yourself after a nice chip onto the green.
Well done for Tom Kim. First birdie of the day, a clean card for the youngster. Now in red at 1 under as we head to the daunting Green Mile. Walk in the mile, walk in the Green Mile. 16, 17, and 18, known as the Green Mile here at Quail Hollow Club. A combined 171 over par yesterday. 29 total birdies. 27 balls found the water. And the 16th here, this par 4, as Wyndham Clark is ready to go, played as the hardest, Joanna.
That tee is a mile back. He's talking with it. I actually lost it in the sky.
It's down the right side, up on a hill just north of that bunker.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Coming off an eagle, you don't want to give it all back in one hole.
Pin all the way in the back right portion today at 16. 2 of 5 fairways hit for Tom Kim thus far. 10 of 14 yesterday, drove the ball beautifully.
I love how he picks up the tee. A little bounce in his step. Easy to tell.
Yeah, Paul Tesori doesn't get wet feet walking in the early mornings with his man straight down the middle of the fairway more often than not. Always looks like he's having fun.
Good one by Hideki.
I was going to say, Joanna, maybe Hideki has found something here with the driver. A couple good ones in a row after the frustrating start where he was spraying it everywhere. The Green Mile begins with the walk down 16.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings with nowhere to hide and nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
Green Mile not friendly to our featured group yesterday. Playing a combined 7 over par. Not easy to get birdies, but we mentioned the round of the day so far on the course. Max Homa, who just rounded out his opening 9, which was this second 9 on the golf course, and he finished with a birdie at the 18th, 6 under. Through his opening 9 holes for Mr. Homa, who's now just 2 shots back of the leader, Jonathan Vegas. And we see Matsuyama, Tom Kim here at the 16th, Colin in the fairway, and Wyndham Clark is going to have an interesting stance on the hill just to the right of that bunker.
Yeah, with this hole being lengthened some 23 yards from PGA Championship back in 2017. Leaves you a much, much longer second shot into a difficult and tricky green complex. We saw it create a lot of problems, a lot of players missing this green long and left yesterday. A lot of balls were hit in the penalty area, and with that pin over on the right-hand side, today really begs for a shot that starts sort of left of that flagstick working back towards it, which now means you're aiming at that penalty area.
Joanna, we might need to tell Jordan Spieth to pick up the pace.
Seriously, come on, guys. Let's move it.
I think that's Oberg walking off the green there now. I feel like we've had to wait more this morning than we did yesterday.
We did, and it's never our guys.
No, we will not take any responsibility for slow play.
Yes. Trying to pitch it 205. Covering line with it, buddy, is going to be, let's call it 15 less. So that would be like 199. Perfect. How you like that kind of 6 as far as start line? I even like, to be honest with you, with that little bit of mud, I like just left of that.
I could hear Paul Desori say with that little bit of mud on it. Did you get a bit of a look at which side that mud is on, Joanna?
I didn't get a look. I went over to Wyndham Clark's ball. A little bit more of an interesting stance, but did not see what side of the ball it was on.
Just not sure if I can pick it up. It looks like it's at the bottom left portion.
Little knuckle in the air, but safely in the left side of the green. It's a good shot. It did knuckle a bit.
Yeah, you can hear Paul Desori say it didn't really do anything. The ball, the mud was right what looked to me at the bottom left portion of that golf ball. And the uncertainty is, you know, the opposite side is usually, if it's mud on the left, the ball will go right. So they were just erring on the side of caution a little bit.
Smart to do. Hideki, 208.
As Eric has said, he's found just a little something with the driver in the last 2 holes. 2 gorgeous tee shots. But also, too, his iron play hasn't been exactly Matsuyama sharp. This one should suit him. Started the camera towers, work it back towards the flagstick.
This one's a good one, just left of it. Depends on where that spine is. Yep, great shot.
Very nice.
Wyndham Clark, the ball is sitting up, so it's not an issue as far as the actual lie, but the ball way above the feet, similar to what Hideki had on 14, but a much longer shot. Wyndham Clark has 188, so you see him choking down. So again, with ball above the feet, might pull it, bunker right, pin right. Not an easy shot. Yep, he started it right over that bunker. If it covers the bunker, it's a really good shot. Just in the bunker.
Well, it looked like it finished short of the pin. And if it is, in fact, short of the pin, it'll make it such an easier bunker shot than if it was pin high or past pin high. It'd be hitting down grain, downhill to that pin location.
I think it is short. We shall see.
Just a gorgeous stretch of holes, isn't it?
No doubt about it. And
it's a beautiful walk. Thousands of fans around here. I heard this lake does not have a name. That's what I was hearing in the truck this morning. Is that true? It's such a big lake.
Well, it's called
start
lake.
Taking suggestions.
I know. They need to name it. It'd be fun.
That is your job, Joanna.
Yeah.
They could sell some merch with that. I mean, come on.
Have they got any merch in the tent with the Green Mile printed on it?
Well, let's play off the Green Mile. You know, something related to that.
Okay. That's our homework assignment.
Could do some man on the street work while you're walking down with the patrons. Just start taking suggestions from the gallery.
Exactly.
I believe that is Matsuyama's ball right there?
I believe that would be Matsuyama.
Wyndham Clark's ball did end up short of pin high, so much easier shot. It'll be a little uphill right to left when it hits onto the green, but pretty fortunate there. Shouldn't be too bad.
Tom Kim, who is about pin high. Matsuyama to the left of our screen, and Matsuyama trying to keep that longest active streak of cuts made in a major alive. 19 straight majors where he has made the cut, and the last player to make the cut in 20 straight majors, Brooks Koepka. From 2013 to 2020, he made 24 in a row. And right now, Hideki right on the number, 1 over par for the championship.
It looks, just looking at that leaderboard, Jonathan Vegas obviously teed off not long ago. Just he has 1 over through his first 4 holes. So Ryan Gerard doesn't tee off until late, but Wyndham Clark, eyeballs are on him.
Club face wide open. Rolled out maybe a little bit more than he wanted, but he hit that well. Nice speed through it.
I think the fact that he came up a little short to that pin location, no doubt that was part of the conversation. Made that shot so much easier.
See the pitch of the green from that camera angle there. Tom Kim, who again just hasn't really gotten a ton going on tour this year. 1 top 10 finish. Everything else has been outside the top 35, including a couple missed cuts.
Tom Kim having to navigate that little spine through the green, moving to his right.
Played that one nearly perfect. Just needed another couple inches of roll coming off that hill.
For Hideki's putt, it's kind of riding that spine probably 3/4 of the way, left to right, and then gonna straighten up a bit at the hole.
Never really had much of a chance. And it looks to be a tap-in par for Matsuyama here at the 16th. Even par for the day. 1 over for the championship.
Yeah, just hasn't made really anything of significance on the green. He's only actually made 2 putts so far through, well, let's call it a day and a half of golf, over 15 feet.
This one for Clark will have a little bit of influence from that spine. Should move a little bit to his left.
Great call, Joanna.
Oh, thank you. You would think I've played here before.
A disappointing way to follow up that eagle at 15 for Wyndham Clark.
Yeah, Wyndham Park would have seen a lot of that golf ball coming out of that bunker. Just top left of the screen, we saw that ball curve up quite considerably from right to left as it went past the hole. So naturally, you'd think it's going to come back the other way, but little misread there from Team Clark.
2 bogeys and an eagle, even on the day. Still 1 over par for the championship. But let's check in with Natalie Sheehan at the PGA Championship Center in Frisco, Texas, home of the PGA of America. Natalie, I know you've been looking at Hideki's swing today, just like we have.
Very unique in his swing, and he definitely figured out his driver from this morning, but he pauses at the top, which I know we all know. How can you use that to fix your golf swing? Whether you are too quick in transition and start that downswing too quickly and that club gets out and away from you, or maybe you're just working on getting into a different position at the top of your backswing, you should be utilizing what he does, and I call it a stopper drill. So all you're going to do is set up to the golf ball and swing back and fully stop. Just pausing for a second, but fully stopping. You can check out where the club is, whether you're trying to get it in a different position. And then from here, we're just going to gently swing through and hit the ball. It's a great way to really work on your swing, get yourself into a new position, but maybe even just improve your transition to hit more solid golf shots.
Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate that. And Hideki Matsuyama has started to hit some more solid golf shots here today, and he needs to get some more going, some birdies falling, because he is trying to make the cut for what would be the 20th straight major championship. As the Green Mile, you see the patrons walking across the 16th here, just hordes of people, great crowd, great weather. Eric Rothman, Colin Swatton, Joanna Coe, all in our featured group coverage here on ESPN+. You see the current projected cut line. Top 70 in ties will make it to the weekend. 74 players right now, 1 over or better. Colin, you think that's where the number sticks, or do you think it'll go one way or the other?
Well, I'm just taking a look at it right now as we speak. Currently, we have 59 players on the golf course, I should say. 59 players that are out and have registered a score of even or better. Remember, it's top 70 in ties. Back over to 17 with Tom Kim first to play.
Good smart shot there.
A very steady round so far for Tom Kim.
Saw that pin location at the 17th yesterday, and that sort of back center portion of the green today all the way forward. Yesterday the 17th measured 223, today 227. But of course the pin a little bit more forward in that bowl, slightly more accessible. Already 3 birdies on this hole through the early going.
Bogey here yesterday for Hideki. Players starting on the back nine today.
Good solid strike. Similar spot, Tom Kim.
Left to right.
Yeah, multiple tee boxes here at the 17th. My mistake saying it was 223. Of course, that is the scorecard yardage, just 185 today, and that is the reason for the front pin location. See a lot more birdies at that location today as well.
Does play 5-6 yards down. Wins a little help off the left.
Wyndham Clark. I was about to say, Colin, that seemed to be the most smooth and easy swing we've seen from Wyndham today, and it results in maybe his best shot of the day. Birdie opportunity at the par 3, 17th for Wyndham. You can lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Live odds brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Well, last time we checked in with Hideki, his odds were 100 to 1. Now they've dropped to 80 to 1. Wyndham Clark 400 to 1. Still not too late to start making a run, but Wyndham had that nice eagle at 15, followed it up with a bogey at 16, although in good position here for potential birdie at 17, so maybe those odds will drop back down. A chance to get in on Wyndham Clark when he's 400 to 1 to win this tournament. Players circling the hole here at 17. Say for Tom Kim, who has, I mentioned, a very steady round, Colin, a completely different second nine than what he did yesterday. Today he's got 7 birdies, or 7 pars and 1 birdie, I should say. Yesterday he had 3 bogeys, a double bogey, an eagle, and a birdie, so he was all over the place. Much more free and easy for Tom Kim today.
Yeah, just watching the telecast and him play so far today. Him and Paul Desori really have a nice little energy going. Seen him sort of laugh, smile a lot today. Sometimes, you know, you get the PGA week come around, major championships, and suddenly you think you need to be a certain player and you need to be and be doing certain things. Sometimes you've just got to be yourself, enjoy the day, embrace the moment, and let it happen. And he seems to be doing that.
Hideki up first. Tom Kim get a good read on this. First half of the putt, a little uphill. Second half downhill, moving hard to the right, especially in the second half of the putt as it slows down.
Here it comes.
Yeah, a little bowl here at the front left of the green at 17. And you mentioned Tom Kim, and he was, if I could coin an Australian term, he was in there quicker than a seagull onto a hot chip. To watch that line.
Sure was.
There's seagulls here in North Carolina. There's plenty of ducks on that pond or lake, which will have a name by the end of the week.
Lake.
That's
Lake
right.
Joanna.
It's massive. It's really ridiculous. There's an opportunity there. Tom Kim, similar line here, a couple paces shorter than Hideki's putt.
It's not often that player two loses. Let's see if Tom was able to go to school on that putt there. Aiming well left. It's really almost going to be dying speed as it goes over that small little ridge about halfway between him and the pin. Right about there.
Right there. It's like a 5-degree slope right there. Nice one.
Well, we saw him have that putt where he had his back to the hole at 13. Ran it considerably past, made the comebacker, of course, but that one's very easy to get away on you.
Thomas had 3 or 4 of those big breakers today. He's handled them well.
I think that cloud cover that's with us today is keeping these greens just a little more manageable. Get greens this fast with this much movement in them on a hot day, they can get pretty quick.
Left to right, pretty level putt. Moving a good bit here.
Similar lengths to the one he missed back at 13 earlier in his round.
So tap in par after that one scoots past. And now Matsuyama still quite a bit left here. Joanna has got about 6-7 feet remaining after that downhill putt.
That's right, little meat left on this one. It'll have his attention, but back up the hill.
Pars are okay at the Green Mile. And back-to-back pars at 16 and 17 for Hideki.
He's 17 of 18 putts from inside 10 feet. One stat that I look at major championships is that inside 8 feet range. Pretty good indicator as Tom Kim cleans that one up. And they'll start their walk up to 18.
And we will head back to Natalie Sheehan, PGA of America Center in Frisco, for some info on Wyndham Clark's putting today.
So we just saw Wyndham Clark miss that birdie putt by a little bit, but one of the things that I saw him doing earlier this week is using a training aid like you can see I have here on the ground. There's lots of variations of this that you can get. It is simply a template for your putting stroke, and so you're going to use this from 3 or 4 and just really work on seeing the putter on this one that I have arc slightly. The putter really should not be going so straight back, especially on longer putts. So it's just a nice way to visualize what the stroke should be doing. You can hit a lot of putts in a row, really gain some confidence on the greens. You will see all of the players out there this week using some sort of aid when they're warming up, whether it's a putting mirror or a template like this. So I think all of us at home should be doing the same.
Well, thank you, Natalie. PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile. That beautiful facility there in Frisco, Texas. Colin, Joanna, do either of you have a favorite training aid or tool that you like to use the most with your students?
Obviously, launch monitors are really important and useful, but it's simple things: alignment sticks, tennis rackets, have some balls, actually some stability balls, things like that. But yeah, keep it simple. We have a saying at Marion: whoever does the work does the learning. So not too many devices.
Ready to go here at the 18th. Tom Kim with that double bogey yesterday. His scorecard today, however, clean on this opening 9 holes for our featured group on the backside of this course.
Just 15 birdies were registered here yesterday against those 42 bogeys and 11 double bogeys. A lot has to do with that penalty area that wanders entire left side of the fairway here, all the way up to the green, in fact.
All right. Sit.
There's a 4 right.
Now that was the little anti-left finish there for Tom Kim. Seemed to go into his rangefinder to take a look. He hit it well left of this creek here yesterday, so the shorter memories as these guys have, they do react to what the shots they've hit and passed. Struggling with the big stick. He did find the fairway yesterday.
Oh, he's found a little something. Perfect.
Where his ball is. Anywhere on that 10. Perfect. Just a puff off the right.
3 in a row for Matsuyama. 15, 16, and 18.
Wyndham Clark's got it teed up way on the right side of the tee box. I'd be curious where this starts.
Well, I remember yesterday he hit it left of the creek yesterday. It's going to be an awkward tee shot, these holes that move from right to left. Saw that back at the 3rd.
Started over the trees left, cutting safely towards the fairway.
A mere 61 feet of curve on that one, Colin.
Just a 3-finger fade there for him, Eric.
Just glides past the creek running down the left side. We'll have Joanna see if that creek has a name. Make sure we get everything sorted out. PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals welcome you back to the 107th PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow Club, Charlotte, North Carolina. It's 30,000 PGA of America's professionals say we love this game, and so do we. We love this course. It's been a lot of fun. Max Homa, the round of the day so far. He is 7 under on the day through 12 holes. One back now of Jonathan Vegas, who's hanging on to the lead by a slim margin. JJ Spawn, Matthew Pavone, both 4 under on the day. 4 under for the championship. Elvis Smiley, Taylor Pendrith, Cam Davis out on the course at 3 under par. Captain Keegan will be teeing off this afternoon. Colin Morikawa and Bryson DeChambeau have gained a little bit of ground. There's still plenty of work to be done as we bring you back to the 18th with our featured group. Tom Kim in the bunker, Matsuyama down the middle, and Clark up the left side. A 41-yard difference between the drives of Kim and Clark.
Tom Kim has 192, clean line in the bunker. Can't start this too far right. We got some trees in front of him. Pin is on the left side of the green, so ideally you'd want to hit a little cut away from the trouble, away from the pin.
A little false front at the front of the screen, also too a little depression off to the left, so he's going to have to start this uncomfortably left and then try and keep that ball right center of the screen if possible.
Needs to go.
Oh.
All right, Tom, here we go.
To the creek. Runs up the left side of this fairway.
Yeah, we could see that Tom Kim, we had a great camera angle of ball up slightly above his feet there. He's caught that just a little bit with that club face turning left, and as Natalie mentioned, with trees down the right-hand side, it had to fade. His tee shot in the water yesterday, second shot in the water here today. Little club change for Matsuyama.
Hideki 172, wind's a little hurt off the left.
Over this front pin location. Anything above it will be an electric putt back down the hill, but with that creek running up the left side there, you want to err on the side of caution. Little long, little right.
Lucky, just right of it, and short.
And there's that little sort of false front to that. One's still got some mileage. That may. Oh, it's going to hang up. That's a pretty good break for Matsuyama. Make it so much more manageable.
Wyndham Clark 151. He's struck his last few shots cleanly, so this is a good opportunity for him. Need to hit a little beyond this pin.
Yeah, it comes down hard on it. You watch the size of this divot, folks.
A little long and right. Yep.
Two good shots for Wyndham Clark to start the 18th and to finish out his first 9. Some momentum.
I'm heading to see if Tom Kim's ball stayed up. It is not. It is in the water in front of a big rock, so unplayable.
That'd be disappointing for Tom Kim. We mentioned a clean scorecard through 8 holes. 7 pars and 1 birdie coming into this 18th. He found his way into that fairway bunker off the tee and has now made matters worse getting into that creek. This 18th can just sneak up on you, Colin. It was the hardest hole the 2017 PGA Championship, and you missed the fairway like Tom Kim did back in 2017. Your scoring average was a half a stroke more than it was had you hit the fairway. So you can see if you just aren't straight off the tee, there's not a whole lot of options for you if you hit a bad shot, especially out of that fairway bunker like Tom Kim did.
I played as the 4th most difficult hole yesterday, and a lot of that has to do with the challenging tee shot, slightly elevated, and you're hitting down to a fairway that sits at a funky angle to you, and you know you have the creek all down the left-hand side. This creek might only be a couple of yards wide, but invariably the ball seems to find it more often than not. But if you miss it too far right trying to play away from it too, you get blocked out by those trees down the right side very quickly, as was the case for Tom Kim, finding that sort of fairway bunker right and being blocked by those trees and paying the ultimate penalty here, hitting his second shot in the penalty area, faced with having to try and get this up and down to avoid another double bogey at his 9th of today, the 18th.
Relief from the red penalty area. 2 clubs, no closer to the hole. So he's on the fairway, allowing him to spin it a little bit more. Thinking one of those mid-trajectory spinners, landing it just on the green. Missed his spot by a little bit.
He's going to run up there and mark the ball before it cascades down that ridge. You saw him climbing on the jog.
The crowd was encouraging him to do it. It's pretty funny. He listened.
A lot of these patrons have been sitting on this green all day and maybe yesterday, and so they're aware of where the ball goes.
Exactly. Doing the introductions right now. Hideki stepped off.
Got a little quick at the bottom of that one there for Matsuyama.
Right, almost if that Tom Kim chip influenced him a little bit to just give it a little more heat. That's exactly what happened.
This has been the strongest aspect of his game, not only this season on tour, his career, and also today. We talked about it earlier in the round, Colin, how he's saved a lot of those early holes that he was struggling off the tee with his spectacular chipping. And that one is by far his worst effort of the day.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the simpler chip shots like that. That was probably the easiest one he's been faced with the entire round thus far. And all you need is just to switch off just that little bit, take something maybe for granted, and the next thing, boom, you've got 7 or 8 feet trying to make a long one to get away.
Wyndham Clark has one of these straighter putts on this green. Caddy pointing to a spot about halfway there. That spot looks a little left of the hole.
It's a pretty quick putt from memory.
Big time. Started just left of it, not moving. That was straighter.
Seemed like he hit the mark where John Ellis was pointing at.
He did. Just a misread. I'm ready to play this course, guys. Let's do it. I know the ins and outs now. I'll even bring an extra dozen golf balls for Eric.
Thank you. That's all I
might
really
be the
require.
sweetener.
Yeah. Don't have to threaten me with a good time. I'm ready to go.
Oh, great look there down low of exactly what Tom Kim faces here. It's of course full bogey, and I stand corrected. Tom Kim, of course, did not find a penalty area yesterday. In fact, that was the grandstands up the left that he got free relief from.
This is uphill right to left. This would be huge for him.
A double bogey at the 18th, the second double bogey in as many days for Tom Kim at this hole. Erases the one birdie he had on the card, and he'll make the turn at 1 over par on the day and 1 over par for the championship.
That seems to be the trend for Tom Kim, playing so many wonderful holes, linking them together, and then suddenly just having that one hole that makes a bit of a mess of, and suddenly it's gone from what could be a really great week to just a good week. He's going to need a really strong back nine.
Should move to his right a bit.
Did not help himself with that chip shot. So Matsuyama will drop a stroke as well here at the 18th. The second bogey of his opening 9. And now outside of the projected cut line with that streak hanging in the balance. 19 straight majors with a made cut for Matsuyama, the longest active streak. Statistic. Par for Wyndham, who makes the turn at 1 over par. He had the eagle, but a couple bogeys, and he's even for the day. 1 over for the championship. We will head to hole number 1, the 10th hole for our featured group here today. Max Homa continues to be the story of the day. 13th hole. This was his front nine, or first nine, I should say. And how about this? Going for the green on the par 4, 14th hole. You could not have placed it any better than this. 1 foot 9 inches from the cup. Off the tee for Homa. A tap-in eagle. And followed up with a birdie at the 15th hole. So he went birdie, eagle, birdie, 13, 14, 15. From off the green at the 18th. Chips it in for birdie. And then his most recent birdie as he made the turn to the front side of this course. A long birdie at the 3rd. He did just drop a shot, his first bogey of the day, coming at the par 3 4th hole. But still has now improved to 4 under par for the championship, 6 under on the day. Max Homa, a guy who has had a lot of success at this golf course, including his first PGA Tour victory back in 2019. And despite a very up and down season, parting ways with his longtime caddy, he has started to find something. Had a nice performance at the Masters and is playing well here in round number 2 as we make the turn with our featured group. Wyndham and Tom Kim just on the cut line at +1. Matsuyama has dropped to +2 now. Eric Rothman, Colin Swatton, and Joanna Ko out on the course. And Joanna, we've got the par 4 500-yard plus first hole.
This is a beast, but should suit his eye. This is a good one. Shoot off a lot of that. That is perfect. And actually rolling out. Look, a ball is rolling in the fairway.
Not seeing that too often, especially yesterday. I don't think we saw a single one.
He loves to look at those holes that move from left to right. He hasn't missed a fairway when he's had that opportunity. A little bit more of a challenge on those holes that move from right to left.
Hideki, another good swing down the right side.
Well, Joanna just took, what, about an hour and a half on the practice range and then another hour on the course to figure out the driver, but he's gotten it squared away.
Isn't that golf?
We all know what it stands for. GOLF. Go on learning forever.
Kim coming off the double bogey at the 18th.
Tom Kim, not as aggressive of a line, but good shot.
Needs to take a seat, and it does. We talked about his front nine yesterday, bogey free. Needs another one of those today.
Walking down the long first hole, Hideki's streak in jeopardy if he doesn't get something going soon.
You're kind of putting more loft on the ball, that's all, which is a good thing, though.
These are the patient warriors who are forced to look at our terrible swings week after week,
Good putt.
year after year, trying hard not to break the course record, which of course they could do every single round, because it might offend some local doctor. Every year, the best 20 club professionals get a chance to play on the biggest of stages.
We love the Corebridge Financial team of 20 PGA of America golf professionals who have qualified to play in the tournament this year. And they are for sure the lifeblood of all the local courses around the country. Always great to see them get an opportunity to tee it up with the best players in the world. I got 3 good drives here to start the second 9 for our featured group.
Wyndham Clark and Hideki Matsuyama taking it up and over the trees on the right-hand side. Tom Kim taking a little bit more of a deliberate line down the left center. He'll have 178 to the pin. He'll be playing first. Another hot and humid day with a little bit of cloud cover today.
Tom Kim, who is playing in his 5th PGA Championship, missed the cut at the first 3 he played in. It was T26 last year at Valhalla.
Yesterday we saw the pin location all the way in the back left portion of the green. Today, all the way in the front left portion of the green.
Tom Kim has 178, plays down 7-8 yards, ball slightly below his feet.
This pin location really sort of begs for something moving from left to right. The ball below the feet here for Tom Kim would encourage that kind of flight.
This is a mishit right.
Boy. Plenty of green to work with for Tom Kim, but definitely not his best strike.
Hideki, slight downhill lie, 159. The downhill lie will come out a little flatter. So he needs to put this a little right of the pin location with that bunker short left.
Currently sitting at 2 over par. Cut probably will stay at 1, may, depending on conditions, shrink and go to even. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. There's not too many pins this guy likes to shy away from, but this one, it would take a very confident man to go at this pin location.
This didn't sound super solid. Nope.
Yeah, you could hear that little click. Not the contact he was looking for. He's hit a number of shots, especially early in the round, both with the driver and the irons, not being able to find the middle, and that was the case there. That little hanging lie had something to do with it.
He's very frustrated. He almost chucked his club at his caddy. Wyndham Clark, 136. More aggressive line off the tee, so he has a really flat lie here.
Yeah, just a wedge here for Wyndham Clark. You can see they're aiming well left, trying to move something in that's flatter, sort of left to right shape.
Middle of the green.
Well, he would agree, not his best, but to a pin location tucked in that left front portion.
Some of these holes, Colin, like 16, 17, 18, 1, 9. It's almost like you just got to bear down and get through it. You know, if you don't hit the best shot in the world, but you save a par, you just kind of go, okay, no big deal. It's not where I was going to make up ground anyway.
Yeah, some of these pin locations look a little more tucked. I can tell you yesterday was 1.75. Today, 1.59 as a trend over par already. And we've still got a long way to go.
You see, bogeys are worse. 12 today. Matsuyama and Kim missing the green. Not too many birdies to be had. You make par here, you're okay. Most difficult holes on the course. And you can see that too, really not much consistency at all as to where those balls are ending up on the approach.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of these guys have statisticians, people that sort of study the ball plots, where to miss it, where not to miss it, how to make your best chance at making birdies or pars. But it's just a stout hole, and even though it has been shortened by 19 yards from the PGA Championship back in 2017, it is still a very stout opener. Of course, the 10th hole here today for our featured group.
Tom Kim, pretty flat lie. Ball sitting nicely in the bunker. We'll move right to left on the green, a little quick. Blades wide open. Looks like he's rehearsing really wide swing, open face.
Looking very good out of the bunker from Tom Kim.
Excellent.
Nestles up next to the cup. Another great sand save for Tom Kim. He had quite a few of them yesterday. Very comfortable on the beach, Mr. Kim.
Yeah, I think if you polled players in the field this week, they would argue, or they'd probably put a good argument forward, that they'd actually prefer to be in the bunker than, you know, to have an unpredictable lie around the green. These bunkers here are absolutely gorgeous, and these guys work tirelessly to make it look easy.
Hideki has a very slow putt here. Overall, it's a little bit of a double breaker. Should be pretty straight. Just got to get the pace right.
Well, you were telling us, Joanne, it sounds like it's caddy Shota is going to need to keep his head on his swivel if Hideki's thinking about chucking clubs at him.
I got to be honest, he wasn't thrilled with Hideki. He gave him a little look like, come on, bro. I'll just never forget that moment on the 18th green when he bowed to Augusta National. It was just one of my favorite moments in golf.
We need to get him a helmet if he's going to watch out for flying clubs. For birdie from just off the green here at the first.
Ran away from him a bit at the end there.
I was going to say, Joanna, that's something, you know, I mentioned it early in the broadcast about how, you know, really through yesterday and a couple holes today, we'd not seen any uphill putts go past holes. And now all of a sudden, with the greens maybe drying out a little bit more, we're starting to see those uphill putts run out a little bit further.
Exactly. We don't want a bunch of 4 or 5 footers for a comebacker trying to make a cut in a major. It's stressful. This is moving in both directions, just downhill overall. Looks good. Oh,
it is good. Wyndham Clark along birdie to start his second 9. Projected cut line at 1 over par, and Wyndham at even for the championship. Wyndham, who's also, along with Max Homa, won a tournament here at Quail Hollow.
This has Hideki's attention. A little tricky. Crest of the bunker on his right, but the overall slope of the green coming from the left.
Tendency has been to miss him on the low side with these shorter ones.
Walked it in.
Stone-faced Hideki Matsuyama has not been pleased all day long. Walks away with a par. We'll send it back to Frisco, Texas with Natalie Sheehan, who's got more on the Tom Kim bump and run. And a shot that I think all of us could use out of the bunker. Kim performed it beautifully. Natalie's going to tell us how we can get it done at home.
Out of the bunker, and when you have more green to work with, you can let that ball release a little bit more. This is how you can hit that shot. So I'm going to put the ball a little bit more back in my stance, and then I'm just going to hit an inch or two behind the golf ball to allow it to release more. And that should allow that ball to roll out for you and get to the hole, just like we saw Tom Kim do.
And Tom Kim did it perfectly. I would be happy if I was able to just get it out of the bunker. Sometimes just getting it on the green for us amateurs is enough. Now Wyndham Clark here at the par 4 second hole, a dog leg left.
Tough tee shot for him. He's aiming way left. He can elevate it over these trees. Starting left of the big tree in front of us and cutting nicely, and he pounded it.
Well, it appears that it's sitting in the left rough, but we do see a lot of the golf ball.
It's kind of the line he had to take, because if he does hit that cut, then it's perfectly in the fairway.
We're in the early going, had this thing going everywhere, both directions, left and right. Found a little bit of something back at the 15th, and he's been driving it nicely.
He starts on the right half of the fairway.
Hold, please.
Yeah, it seems like every time he's trying to draw the ball, he just hangs it out there. But every time he tries to hit that little fade, he seems to hit it pretty nicely. I'd be sticking with that one at the moment. I think with that pin location on the front of the green here, my correction, with the pin at the back of the green and with that false front, I think it makes it a must-make fairway here.
That's too far left for Tom Kim.
Go Wyndham. No chance of fairway, but like if it does.
Somewhere amongst the trees is Tom Kim off the tee here at the second. Joanna will track down his ball as our featured group walks down the fairway. Matsuyama on the outside looking in right now.
Did he get it? Yes, he did. The 2025 PGA Professional Champion.
This means the world. I have one more goal that I've set for myself in the PGA of America, and that's to win Low Club Pro at the PGA. I mean, it lit a fire in me, and honestly, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to win this championship so bad, and it's honestly one of the reasons why I have it now. We're in the service industry, and that's our main focus, but all of us got into this industry because we love to play. It just kind of means we're even more well-rounded than people might think. I think that's a focus we can't lose.
A phenomenal performance. The Walter Hagen Cup is his.
So cool to be able to not only play in the PGA Championship, but say you were the low scorer to qualify, Tyler Collette. And you see the Corebridge Financial Team of 20 PGA of America golf professionals, how they're holding up here at the PGA Championship. Tom Johnson, who will get his second round underway, currently with the best score amongst the 20. And we'll go to Hideki Matsuyama here at the second. Again, not happy with the tee shot, Joanna, but looks like he wound up okay.
He is perfectly okay. 186, no tree problems. But with that pin location, needs to keep it a little left. This is right at it. A little hot. Tom Kim has 162. He's on the edge of the pine straw and the rough. So awkward little lie. And he does have a small window under this small tree in front of him. So he can punch something low under the limbs, get it up there. Pretty fortunate, to be honest.
Yeah, we could not see where that tee shot ended up, if it hit a tree or not.
Punched it under that tree on the left side. It's a really smart, safe play there.
Beautiful play there for Tom Kim, using the natural camber and tilt of the green complex here at 2. Let's take another look at that. That is a great camera angle there. Gives us a good indication of exactly what Natalie described, being on the edge of the pine straw and the rough. Did well.
Wyndham has 131. I'm Colin. I'm Joanna, not Natalie.
Yes, you are.
Just all the women around you right now on this broadcast.
You should have waved to me as you went by there.
You're forgiven. Natalie's a friend. We're great.
Well, both fine instructors, that is for certain.
Well, Wyndham Clark is on safely here at the second. Putter in hand. Seven birdies so far at this par 4 second today. Just kind of middle left is safe. Anything past the hole, you're getting a little hairy, and that's where Hideki Matsuyama's ball ran out to. See the majority, almost all of these bogeys coming from off the green behind the hole.
Yeah, this whole green complex here at 2 actually does tilt from back to front, and also to sort of top left to bottom right. And there's also too a little sort of false edge to the whole entire right side of this green complex, and where this pin is located, no more than about 3 or 4 paces beyond that is where that sort of false edge starts to sort of creep in. That's why you see a lot of players left of this pin. But you get above it, it is extremely fast.
Hideki first to play. He's in the first cut of rough. Upslope to start, then back downhill. Needs some nice touch here.
Popped out of there very gently. Good touch from Matsuyama.
A degree of difficulty that was so much more difficult than the pitch he had from the front of the green back at 18, and that one sort of almost went off like a little gun in his hand, and that one there so much more difficult, and he was so much more engaged in the shot, and obviously hit a much better pitch.
Totally agree with you there. Tom Kim from the fringe, moving left to right. Pretty significantly.
As you expect, a little bit of a defensive roll down to that pin location.
Yeah, I imagine, Colin, that putt he just had, it's tough to take it as high as you probably needed to go, because you don't want to leave yourself a comebacker downhill to try to make par here.
No, you're exactly right. You know, there's moments and opportunities where you can be aggressive, and this is one of those for Wyndham Clark. Not his greatest approach shot with a lofted wedge in his hand, but now he can be so much more aggressive coming back up the slope.
Yes, up the slope, moving right. Hard right at the end.
Not been too many stressful holes for Wyndham in this round today. They had the 2 bogeys, but for the most part, he's just kind of plodded along. Hideki walks away with his par. No damage done for our group. On to the par 4 third hole.
Yeah, this is a super straightaway par 4 here, the third. Not a lot of movement to it at all. Just the lone bunker up the right-hand side. Players will find that off the tee, trying to avoid that left side. If you miss it left here too, you can get trapped behind that tall oak that we saw in that flyover pin yesterday here at the third was way up in the back left portion of the green. Today, on the front left portion, you can see those red arrows between the two bunkers at the front of the green here represent what we call a false front. And then we have those arrows just beyond the flagstick. That is a little tier that separates the front half of the screen from the back, and an accessible pin location.
Oh, wow. Wyndham Clark starting this way left and not moving enough to the right. 4 left to the fans down the left side.
And that looked like it kicked down and slightly to the left. You might have some timber trouble up ahead.
Quiet, please.
Hideki wiping his hands off. The caddy gave him a towel. It's getting a little humid out here. Center cut.
Quiet, please.
Kim starting up the left, cutting nicely, left half the fairway.
Tom Kim, not nearly as much distance as his playing partners, but safe nonetheless in the fairway here at the third hole. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, PA, just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. And you know, in that movie, Colin, Anchorman, where all the newscasters go to battle with each other, station against station, I imagine that's what Joanna's doing in Marion versus Wanamaker and the rest of the great courses around the Philadelphia area.
Yeah, they played at the Cricket Club just down the road from Wanamaker last week.
Her cut line +1. All three of our players have just kind of been dancing around that line all day today. Nobody really making up any ground. Just trying to hang on.
Now remember, it is the top 70 in ties here for the PGA Championship. Currently, when we look at the leaderboard, there is actually 60 players at even par or better. And on that cut line at the moment, we have 74 players at +1. Still plenty of golf to go, but the winds that we had yesterday afternoon, out of that sort of southwesterly direction, looking at that flagstick, not a lot of movement today. And this is the hot, sticky part of the golf course, Natalie.
Joanna.
Oh, sorry, Natalie. Joanna.
You know,
That's my bad.
$20 every time you do that.
You know what? I will give you $20 every time I do it.
Joanna, we're going to fly you to Frisco, Texas for this back nine. Switch spots with Natalie.
There goes my chance at Marion.
Tom Kim's up first, 172. Good opportunity here.
Oh.
Little miss hit by Tom Kim. Couple miss hit approaches lately. So, not sure who's playing first. Okay, Wyndham Clark. He has an interesting shot here. Didn't know if he was going to punch it out. He's looking left of the tree in front of him. I think they're going at the same time. Uh-oh. Literally.
It's good. Pick up the pace a little bit.
And no one is saying anything. Okay, here we go. Watch this. Bam. And Hideki.
And now Hideki backs off.
I didn't even see where Wyndham's shot went because I was paying attention to Hideki. Oh, cheers. Darn it.
Well, unfortunately, we've only got one screen to put these guys on, so we didn't see it either. We'll figure it out. Sounded good, though.
Trying to quiet the crowd. 172 for Hideki. This is going left, and he hates it.
Oh, Shota, watch out.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mistake there for Shota, to be fair. You know, part of his job is to make sure that it's his man's turn to hit, and obviously didn't regroup himself after Wyndham Clark bounced it around in the trees on the left side.
That's exactly it. A little bit of madness there, especially when you're on that cut number. Every shot counts.
I think Shota and Hideki might be having dinner separately tonight.
Yeah, it's a difficult job. You know, you're out here for 5 hours, hot sun, it's humid, it's a major championship, and every decision is almost like something hangs in the balance. And when you get a moment like that, and with a green light pin there for Hideki Matsuyama sitting at a bit of a bowl, and then you don't reset yourself, it's incredibly frustrating.
So you see that gold line, that's Wyndham, who we could not see behind the trees, but he made it onto the green some 60 feet away from the pin. Now, of course, the two guys in the fairway, naturally, don't come anywhere close, and it's Wyndham Clark off somewhere in the wilderness, makes it out unscathed.
More than one way to arrive at your destination. 61 feet 3 inches for Wyndham Clark. It'll be 61 feet and 3 inches of fast downhill putt. Did you happen to catch, Joanna, whether or not Wyndham said anything to Hideki, an apology or anything like that? Not that he needs to, of course. It was his turn to hit, but...
No, they haven't said a word to each other. Just walk right past him. I mean, to be fair, Wyndham's had a big crowd around him. Kind of an little mini amphitheater, so he couldn't tell.
I don't know if I'd want to get anywhere near Hideki right now. Threatening to throw the club after every single shot. Stay clear.
That gives you a great indication of what Tom Kim has ahead of him here from the bunker.
Tom Kim has been very good out of the bunkers all week long. Still a little bit left, though, as that one ran out past the hole.
Pretty much in Hideki's line, so asking him to peg it. Hideki's kind of on the back side of this bunker, a little downhill lie, and the ball is sitting down a little bit. Not the cleanest lie I've seen in the bunker. Has some green to work with.
You get some of these channels, you know, from the rakes in the morning. They can get a little deep, a little thick, and sometimes when your ball rolls up the back of the bunker and then comes backward into those channels, it can give yourself a little heavy lie.
Wow, he carried that by a quarter of an inch. He almost left it in the bunker.
I was going to say, we didn't even see that ball until it scooted out.
Came out real heavy. Didn't really give it enough acceleration on that downswing.
When you get the camera angles that we're getting right now, you really start to get a perspective of the movement and the undulation in the green complexes here at the Quail Hollow Golf Club.
Use a good feel.
Wyndham needs to put this ball way out to the left. There's a ridge right in front of him. It's going to feed off to the right.
Pretty quick putt too, this one.
He's just looking at the apex, trying to get the ball to stop at the top of the hill. He's asking for it to stay high. Missed low a little bit. When you miss putts low, they're going to run out a little bit more.
Nothing worse too for these guys when they hit a putt and it is low from the get-go. They know it never really had a chance. It frustrates them more than anything.
Just feels like a must-make for Hideki for the weekend.
Currently sitting 2 over par for the championship. One off the projected cut line. Long par putt. Oh, he needed it, and he got it. Joanna said it was a must-make. Hideki listened. An ugly 4, but a 4 nonetheless, Colin.
Yeah, I think there was one spectator that lines the whole side of the fairway, and it's that man there, Shota. He was happy his man made that one. They didn't want to make that long walk to the to the next tee box.
Gonna move a bit to his right.
Well done, up and down out of the sand for Tom Kim. Currently sitting right on the cut line at 1 over par. 3 pars in a row.
This feels like the most quiet part of the golf course. Not as many spectators back here, surrounded by these beautiful houses.
That first putt got away on him a little bit here. I think back up the hill.
Pars for everybody. They all took different routes to get there.
Thank you.
And we will head to the 4th hole, par 3. And we had an ace at this. Hey, Colin. Put one in. Not too shabby. You know, kind of a big day yesterday for Major League Baseball here on the golf course. Eric Cole wearing the Major League Baseball patch to the hole-in-one. Johnny Vegas, sponsored by Major League Baseball, leading the tournament. And Vegas still a 2-shot lead right now. He's even through 7 on his round, 2 clear of a trio of Aaron Rai, Michael Thorbjornsen, and Ryan Gerard. Max Homa 6 under on his round, 4 under for the tournament. Quite a few players at 4 under, including Homa, JJ Spawn, and Matthew Pavone.
Yeah, Max just birdied the 7th to make it 7 under on his round.
So he'll go back up to 2nd, tie for 2nd.
Yeah, JJ Spawn also putting together a decent day, 5 under on his round.
Wyndham Clark first to play. It's on the left side of the box, winds off the left. Should suit his ball flight. He can also use the slope of the green to feed this into the hole. So he should feel nicely over this one. Started a bit more left than I thought. And a bit mishit.
Stay there. Stay. All right.
Wow, that was a big miss hit there for Wyndham Clark.
He placed the ball directly on the tee. No tee under it. Colin, what do you think about that with a long iron? What What's the decision making behind using a tee versus not using a tee?
I'm actually a big advocate of that, especially when you've got a hole of this length. It's only playing 181 yards today. You do all your practice with the clubs generally off the tee. I don't know many guys in my 15 plus years that actually go to the range and hit tee shots off a tee with irons. Generally with an iron off a tee, it does fly a little bit further, has different spin characteristics as well. So maybe between clubs, as we watch another one-handed swing here for Matsuyama.
Didn't sound flush.
Hideki just looks like he's ready to go home. He has not been happy all day today.
Yeah, he had that, 3-hole stretch where he looked pretty pleased, but not consistent today.
That was 15, 16, and 17 where he seemed like he had straightened some things out.
Exactly. And he hasn't been shaking his wrists or holding anything with his calf like I heard about yesterday, so it's just ball striking's just off. Tom Kim, that sounded pretty clean. Just left a bit.
Best shot of the 3.
Yeah, that's a perfect shot. Just stay a little bit left of this pin, a little bit short. It's one of the more difficult pin locations you'll find here.
So Tom Kim dancing here at the par 3 4th. Round number 2 at Quail Hollow Club. Well, the featured group coverage doesn't stop after our morning group concludes. Right here on this feed, you can stick around for the afternoon featured group of John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick. We had the chance to call this group as they teed off in the morning yesterday, and Matthew Fitzpatrick wasn't necessarily the prettiest round of his career, but he really took advantage of some fortunate breaks that went his way and made the most of it. Hit a tree early on, it bounced into the fairway, a couple nice breaks on some errant shots that he was able to turn into scoring opportunities. And he will start his second round 3 under par as we have Wyndham Clark.
Wyndham had 2 clubs in his hand, trying to decide on where to land this, moving right on the green the entire way. Hideki next to play. Pretty good lie out of this bunker. Just a little short-sided. Gonna bounce pretty straight on this green. Maybe a little touch to the right.
checked up nicely for Hideki. Tom Kim was the only one of our 3 players to hit the green. Yeah, a rare smile for Hideki today.
There was some type of joke.
Lighten the mood a little bit. Wyndham's caddy, John Ellis.
Tom Kim, this is a little quick. Moving a little to his right.
Looking for just something to get this round supercharged in the right direction. Instead, he maintains the par streak. 4 in a row now.
He just hasn't been able to buy a putt. It's outside 25 feet for Tom Kim as we watch that one just crease the edge of the hole again. He is 0 for 6. He's got to start seeing some of those long bombs go in. But he's got some holes coming up he can take advantage of. 7, of course, the par 5. And then a somewhat drivable 8th.
This has his attention, but should be pretty straight.
Hideki gets out of the bunker and makes his par. He needs to find a birdie or two and make sure that that long streak of 19 straight majors without a missed cut, the longest active streak, stays alive. Sweat-free par for Wyndham. Currently the cut line at 1 over par, and there's some big names that are on the outside looking in right now. Jordan Spieth, Justin Thomas, Jason Day, Ricky Fowler, Shane Lowry, Sungjae Im, all at 2 over. A lot of those guys already out on the course in the morning wave and already more than halfway through their round. So running out of holes to make up ground. Again, the top 70 in ties will make the weekend. To the 5th hole we go, Colin, the par 4.
Yeah, beautiful par 4 here. You can see a sea of sand down the right-hand side, also down the left-hand side. Most players are trying to squeeze it in between there. You won't see too many players dial back with a 3-wood because the second shot does play uphill. Yesterday we saw the pin over on the far right-hand portion, 19 paces on and 7 off. Today, all the way in the back left portion, 27 paces on, 9 off the left. Difficult pin location to get it close because you're guarding against going long and leaving yourself a very fast chip from the back of the green here. So look for players to give this pin just a little bit of respect, stay a little bit short of it. You can see there the whole stats. This is just today, 4 birdies to the my point at the 5th, whereas yesterday we saw 23 birdies given up to that right pin location. Pin locations create such a change in how the holes play.
Give a shout out real quick, Colin. We talked about some guys that are currently on the outside of the cut line looking in. How about some that surprising names that are inside the cut line right now? Former PGA Championship winner Jimmy Walker is currently 1 under for the tournament. Don't see Jimmy play too many competitive rounds of golf these days, but good to see him playing well here this week. Wyndham Clark now on the tee at 5.
Starting that down the left side, cut it nicely. The wind's a little into, so bunker's out of reach, that wind direction.
Those winds you referenced to, Joanna, are they getting any stronger? They weren't supposed to pick up too much throughout the day, but we're just seeing a little bit of wind bouncing around in the trees behind the tee box.
Not much, definitely less than 10 all day. Hideki, similar line to Wyndham Clark, just a bit shorter. Good shot. Tom Kim quickly picks up the tee, center cut.
Final 5 holes for our featured group. Can they make up some ground? See if all 3 are able to make the weekend here at Quail Hollow. Well, we told you some of the big names who have not played particularly well the first 2 days. How about those who have? Max Homa, the round of the day on the course so far here on Friday. He is 7 under par on the day, 5 under for the tournament. This might be the shot of the tournament at the par 4 14. Sticks it 1 feet 9 inches away. Matthew Pavone has had a really nice run today as well. He's 5 under through 13. This is at the 12th hole. Would have been his 3rd hole of the day. Starting on the back 9, and JJ Spawn also at 5 under on the day and 5 under for the championship. Getting out of the bunker cleanly there. Following up a 71 round yesterday. So Homa, Spawn, Aaron Rai, Matthew Pavone, all on the course, all 3 under par, all chasing old Johnny Vegas, old Jonathan Vegas, 8 under par, 1 under today through his opening 10 holes after the spectacular round of 64 yesterday. And Jonathan Vegas, not necessarily a guy you would have expected to be at the top of the leaderboard, but did have a win last year on the PGA Tour, winning at the 3M Open at TPC Twin Cities.
We have Hideki first to play, 170 yards. Wind a touch of hurt off the left. Just right of it.
Well, that's more like the one-handed finish for Hideki Matsuyama, resulting in a fairly decent shot there. We've seen the hands off the club pretty much since the whistle blew this morning. Been in all sorts of battles with himself and his golf swing, trying to find the middle of the club face. And time for another little practice rehearsal.
Tom Kim next to play, 167. Again, the wind, little hurt off the left. Hideki's off to the side, already working on his putting stroke. This is right.
Considering where it looked like he was setting up, Colin, he looked like he was setting up in the middle of the grandstands to the left, and again pushes it out to the right. That has been a consistent miss for him here on the second 9.
Yeah, it has been. His proximity to the hole, you know, yesterday 52 feet 8 inches, today 59 foot 5 inches, and he just hasn't been able to get it close enough. And we've got Wyndham Clark going quickly.
Wyndham Clark 160, ball's a little below his feet. Could have caused that just to hang out to the right a little bit. Wind's off the left, all 3 players off to the right. Got to start this at the TV tower.
Three looks at birdie. And a reminder that plenty of featured group and featured holes action all around the dial on ESPN Plus. You can follow 4 different featured groups in the afternoon, as well as when those groups get kicked off. And watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. And of course, the Green Mile featured holes 16, 17, and 18. Right now, a lot of guys in those featured groups who are just trying to find a way to the weekend. Guys like Justin Thomas, Ludwig Oberg, Hideki Matsuyama. All three of our players on the green in regulation. Well, maybe Tom Kim, tough to tell. He scoop back into the first cut or not, but either way, opportunities here at the 5th hole. And Tom Kidd did in fact roll off the back of the green.
Tom Kim selecting a wedge. I would putt this all day, but his short game's pretty good, so he's electing to chip to just avoid any of that interruption of the first cut and the fringe. Uphill, left to right, straightens up at the end. He liked the strike, just a little soft first bounce.
I like that. Always tell a lot of positive self-talk, it seems like, between Tom Kim and his caddy, even when the shot doesn't necessarily go according to plan.
But love that attitude. Golf's a game of misses. Remember, Tiger would only say he'd stripe a couple a day, so you're not going to hit them all perfectly. Wyndham Clark uphill.
An aggressive roll there from Wyndham Clark, gave himself a chance. Easy tap in par for him.
Hey, good job.
Hideki is a nice look here. His feet are a little above the ball, so in the beginning, it's going to roll a little right, straighten up at the end.
Just one birdie on the card today for Hideki Matsuyama, and that came at the opening hole of the round, the par 5 10th.
pretty good read overall. Just maybe hit with a fraction too much speed. Take the break.
Almost a little double breaker here, so probably straight overall. He started that left. Couldn't tell whether it's just a misread or a little pull.
We had the camera angle really, really low on that one behind the putter. Let's take a look at this one again for Tom Kim. Yeah, you were right, Joanna. That one started left from the get-go.
Clean on the second 9 for Hideki, but that's not going to get it done right now. He is one off the projected cut line, and he needs birdies.
It would have been nice for him to sort of make that one there as we watch Tom Kim.
A little low with my right edge line. Goodness, it wasn't going to go into the shot.
Now Tom Kim falls outside the projected cut line as you hear him talking it over as he walks to the par 3 6th hole. Longest par 3 on the course, Colin.
That it is, playing 252 yards today. We played 249 yards yesterday. Remember, the pin was right on that sort of front right portion today. The pin all the way in the back left. We saw only 5 birdies made in the entire round yesterday. We've already seen 6 here today, so a back left pin location, just giving these players just a slight reprieve at a very long and challenging par 3. And that's a great view from behind the green here at the 6th, looking all the way back up to the tee box. Multiple tee boxes here at the 6th. They can really play around with the yardage and the pin location. You might see it up a day or two to a front pin location.
You see that severe slope in the front there.
Just a good one.
And you really can't miss this one short. It's coming, it'll come back down all the way to that collection area.
Okay, yeah.
Not using a tee again for Wyndham Clark, something I've noticed on these par 3s. Setting up on the left side of the box. Does play down at least 9 yards. It sounded flush.
Hey, good.
Just landed in.
Pops right over the pin and off the back of the green.
That's one of those where it's like you hit it too well. Just left of it, decent sounding strike.
Oh.
Short bunker.
We're just
Hideki just has not had it going all day, especially off the tee.
right side of the box. Nice sounding shot, middle of the green, but way short.
Yep. Kim comes up short. Clark is long, and Hideki is in the bunker. Here at the 6th hole, featured group coverage on ESPN+. Hit the green at the PGA. Or not.
And this is where it gets a little bit tricky. You know, you can see that cut line and that you referenced to, but we'll get that back to that in a second because it looks like we're ready for action here at the 6th.
The two are deciding who is away. Hideki is up. His ball rolled backwards to a flat part of the bunker. Uphill, whole way.
Yeah, really good bunkers here. Quail Hollow Golf Club, really firm faces and edges. The ball always seems to find the low point, which is great. Hard work for Hideki Matsuyama at the moment. He seems to be leaving himself a lot of that length, trying to save par. He doesn't want to drop one here, especially with a gettable par 5 in the 7th, and also a drivable par 4 in 8 coming up as well.
This is when you just get mentally exhausted during a round. Hovering around the cut line, lots of par saves. Tom Kim up next has to navigate that false front, but looks like he's going to fly it over the false front. Uphill all the way.
He's hit a number of really good pitches and bunker shots around the greens today. Wouldn't surprise me to see him scare the hole here a little. Easy now.
Good shot. That'll be a little ticklish down that slope.
Your eyes on this one.
And once you get above the hole locations on pretty much every green that has this much tilt in it, they make those ones where you actually have to start aiming outside the hole. And from 2 or 3 feet, or 3 or 4 feet outside the hole becomes difficult.
This is a quick one for Wyndham. Looks a little burnt towards the backside of the screen too. All about pace.
Look at what he has to navigate, that sort of 3 or 4 feet of apron cut before it gets onto the surface. And that's where it'll pick up its speed.
Wow, hard to imagine you could leave that short. Lots of respect.
Thing I've been trying to figure out all day, guys, is why does Wyndham Clark need such a long putter grip? He doesn't use half of it. Goes all the way halfway down the shaft of the putter. Get a discount on the longer putting shaft.
Is it one of those counterbalance putters, Colin? Do we know?
I think it might be a counterbalance putter, and we might have to explain that for our viewers. This man has been on the grind mode from the very first hole today, and he has had a number of putts in this length. He's knocked down a few of them for par, but none probably more important than this one right here.
Uphill, pretty straight. Needs a good confidence stroke here. That's important.
Very important with where the cut line is right now. Hideki maintains the par streak and maintains the 2 over par score.
Wyndham Clark using that line on the golf ball. This is so important to start this one on line. It's going to be very quick.
Colin, explain to us the counterbalance putters.
So the counterbalance putters actually have a weight that they push down the end of the grip, or inside the shaft, of course. And what they do is they try and make the weight of the club feel more in the handle versus the head. Nicklaus was one of the very first to do that. Oh, what a great putt that was for Wyndham Clark. We'll call it a good 2-putt, although the first one will class as a scramble, but great par here at the 6th. This is where it gets interesting here with regards to this cut line. We saw it just move to 2 momentarily ago. I can tell you there are 62 players that are at even or better. Remember, it's top 70. When you go down the list and you start to look, there are 68 players at 1 or better. There is only 2 players that need to go from 2 to 1, and that will shift very, very quickly. But also, too, when you start to look at it, you only need another 8 players, and it'll move to even. So it is going to be a very, very long day for not only the players on the golf course that are trying to make the cut line, but also, too, those players that post a score and then have to sit and watch all afternoon.
Tom Kim aim pointing and confirming with his caddy. Looks like he's aiming just a hair right. Quick. Let's see if he starts this one on line. Starts it outside the hole. Good one.
Well, with that fluctuating cut line, Tom Kim and Hideki Matsuyama cannot afford to drop a shot. And they both come away with good putts, good pars at the par 3/6. Well, we talked about how our featured group players need to make up some ground here if they want to breathe easy this afternoon. The final 3 holes for our group starts with the par 5 7th. Players on this hole today, 56% of them making birdie or better, and so an opportunity here to get one back as Wyndham Clark puts it right down the fairway with his tee shot.
Put it down the fairway, but let me tell you, that line that he just took, it was in the middle of the forest and curved back perfectly in play.
Yeah, especially on tee shots that are so crucial like this one is. You've got the creek that runs the entire length all the way down this hole, right up to the green. You have to go with what you feel comfortable. If that means taking it up over those oak trees down the left, that means going with it. You don't want to make an uncommitted swing.
We have the Goodyear blimp flying right up above us. You know it's important when the blimp shows up. Let's see. Matsuyama a little down the left. Just left of the fairway bunker.
Tell you what, Joanna, he might go home and bury this driver after this performance today.
Maybe he'll sell it to you.
We've established I'm not willing to buy, but if he wants to give it to me for free, I'll take it. I'm also left-handed, which could be a problematic with the driver.
Oh, geez Louise. Yeah.
Make sure you get a dozen of those left-handed balls.
Tom Kim, that's heading left and curving left in the trees.
Didn't need this tee shot at this point in time.
Fortuitous bounce, just slightly right. Way back, probably not a green light opportunity.
Well, he might have a tough time just even getting that back out and into play, depending on where it is.
Well, they're moving some patrons around. Maybe under somebody's foot or chair. We'll find out in a moment.
Well, just eyeballing it, but that seems like it'll hold about 17,213 Miller High Lifes.
Now we could just ask Xander Schauffele how many beers that Wanamaker Trophy holds. Wright Thompson voicing a lot of our intro vignettes today. I want Wright Thompson's job. That guy's got the career. Gets to voice these cool vignettes, travel around telling great stories. And Tom Kim is in some trouble, although Joanna, you said based on the kick it took, maybe not as much trouble as it initially looked.
He did get a friendly hop to the right, kind of rattled through the trees, popped a little to the right. He is completely in the pine straw, but he shouldn't have too many tree limbs to navigate. I do see him laying up. It would be a little crazy if he would go for this in 2.
Is he taking relief? He's got a driver in his hand.
Was he thinking driver off the deck? I don't think so. I don't see any sprinklers or any relief opportunity there. He has 295, so he would need to hit something 270 in the air, wind into from that lie. So he has an iron in hand. He's going to pick a good number and make birdie the good old-fashioned way.
It looks like a fairly straight-faced iron here, so maybe something mid-iron, 5 or 6 iron here by the looks of it, maybe even a 5 iron. Trying to push it down there as far as he can, maybe get to a number that he feels somewhat comfortable with. Trying to go at this pin location here at the 7th, all the way in the back shelf.
Good smart play there by Tom Kim. Hideki has a pretty nice lie out of the rough. The grass is laying towards the target, so contact will be a little bit easier. He is pulling out a fairway medal. He has 268 to the flag, so he needs to cover at least 238, 240 in the air.
It's kind of going for broke here, huh, Colin?
Yeah, this is an interesting play here for Matsuyama. There's not a lot of room where this pin is located in the back portion. If it does go long, then it'll be short-sided. But definitely the firepower to get it there at 268 to cover, you know, only in that sort of 230 range.
This is go for broke. It's left and safe, at least.
It'll have some trundle on it for sure. Now that is a very, very impressive play at a poignant moment in time for Matsuyama. He won't want that again.
Yeah, it's like we said, though, Colin. It's like, you know, you're running out of time. The cut line's going to move. There's no way it stays at +2. He knows he needs a birdie or better to kind of at least give himself a chance at the weekend. So why not? Might as well go for it. This is your, you know, last best opportunity.
Yeah, and keep that streak alive, too.
Yeah, 19 made cuts in a row in a major, the longest active streak currently held by Hideki Matsuyama. Now Wyndham's ready to go, Joanna.
Wyndham has 236 iron in hand. Caddy just signaled to me 5 iron. He's going to want to start this a hair left. Needs to cut just a little bit more. Yeah, good shot.
And it is going to get up on that top shelf. Excellent shot there from Wyndham Clark. Remember, cast your mind back there to the 15th. Also knocked it in the middle of the green there. Made a huge bomb for an eagle there.
eagle opportunity now here at the 7th hole. See the beautiful homes surrounding Quail Hollow Club. Guys, I think if we pitch all the money we're making here broadcasting this weekend, we might be able to rent one of those out for 3 hours.
It would be a great 3 hours. Throw a party in the backyard overlooking this beautiful hole.
Look at the grass. Just perfect stripes. What a gorgeous, gorgeous piece of property.
And the blimp is following us. It must be.
Don't look at the blimp and walk into the creek there, Joanna. We can see you we can see you teetering on the edge there looking up. We don't want you to walk into the water.
I know, I need to take a dip. I'm a little hot.
What happened to Joanna? Well, she fell in the river. She was looking at the Goodyear blimp.
Oh, man.
He's over there seeing if there's any balls for you, Eric.
Just collecting them. All right, so Tom Kim was forced to take his medicine a little bit, but still in a pretty decent position considering where that driver looked like it was headed. And got the fortuitous bounce, at least giving him an opportunity, Joanna, to just kind of pitch out to a number here.
Yes, Tom Kim has 1, 2, 3 left to the hole. Winds a little into off the left. Needs to carry this a certain distance and manage a spin because of that shelf short and right. Got to be careful in this one.
I'm sure Paul Desori is saying to him, we need to give ourselves 3 good looks here. That's 7, 8, and 9 for birdie. If we can do that, we can take care of business.
Just left of it. Excellent.
So Kim will be putting for birdie, and Wyndham and Hideki. A couple looks at eagle. Here at the par 5 7th.
It's a bit loud in this corner. I guess we're near the bar, huh?
Well, let's check in with some experts talking about the pressure of the cut line. Natalie and Joe, take it away.
We are here with the replica Wanamaker Trophy, which you guys are playing for this week, and I'm joined by my friend Joe Hallett, who is taking over from me this afternoon. But we've got a couple guys on the cut line, and I want to get your thoughts. Do we need to change our game plan if we're close to the cut line, or what are these guys thinking?
So that is, I can remember years ago playing in the New Hampshire Open, and on the second hole of the tournament, my caddy looked at me and said, "You're not even close to the cut line. We're going home on Friday." But this is a very important time, and you have some of the holes that are kind of gopher holes, right? Should I go for the green? Yes. In reality, I think you see the best players, it's kind of a push. They'll go, I'm 2 shots out of the cut line. All right, I'm going to do my best to make one, but I'm going to play smart and hope that it jockeys a little bit. If you're 3 or 4 out, you're going for everything.
For sure.
2 shots out, you really got to pick your poison. What's your feeling on it?
Yeah, I would definitely be sticking to my game plan, but yeah, maybe I'm going for the par 5 in 2 for sure, and being a little more aggressive in a couple spots, but I'm not dramatically changing my game plan. These guys are definitely out there trying to make the cut, trying to play for the Wanamaker and have a chance at a great weekend.
In my professional career, I was never aware that golf on the weekend.
Joe, we appreciate it. Look forward to listening to you all afternoon. Natalie, thanks for your hard work this morning with us. That was a pretty good replica of the Wanamaker Trophy there. That looked like the real thing. We saw Hideki Matsuyama. It seemed like, Joanna, that he got up there pretty quickly and hit, and that was not one of his better pitch shots of the day.
No, that really got away from him. It is speedy after this hole. 4 or 5 degree slope down to the right. So yeah, he just landed that a little too far. He hit it solid, but just missed his landing spot. So Wyndham Clark, great opportunity here for eagle. It's going to be down, moving right.
Almost 35 foot was the one that he made back at 15 for eagle. Similar distance here.
A little too much respect.
I've seen that a couple of times from Wyndham when he gets above the hole. Gives it, as Joanna mentioned, just a little too much respect and comes up a little bit short. Tom Kim is going to be next to putt. He's only made 38 feet 7 inches today, made 58 feet yesterday. The longest putt he has made in all the holes he has played today was at the 3rd, and that was 6 foot 9 inches.
Wow.
Downhill, moving right.
Just inside 12 feet here.
Use a birdie putt in the worst way.
Well, he did what he needed to do. Errant tee shot, went well left, got a lucky break, managed to get it back into play and try and make a birdie the old school way, the 3-shotter, but unable to make a putt. And it's been just a frustrating day for that guy there, who really has played very solid round of golf. Just hasn't been able to get those putts to drop at the right moment.
This is huge for Hideki. Uphill right to left. But just after that incredible second shot and then somewhat of a poor chip here, really needs to reward himself for that second shot. Didn't move. Not a great par for Hideki.
That'll be a disappointing 5. After that go for broke fairway metal, about 260 in the rough. Was able to put himself in a great position for, at the very least, for a birdie. And you could see the animosity a little bit between Shota and Hideki there, a little stare down. I don't think Shota was asking for the ball. Hideki didn't give it to him. They have not been super pleasant with each other today.
No, they haven't. The caddy might need a adult beverage after this.
Mm-hmm. The 8th hole. This was yesterday in the first round. Hideki Matsuyama, some of the short par 4s. Hideki was able to come away with a birdie after that second shot. Kim the birdie as well. And they both need one here.
I agree.
As both are at 2 over par for the tournament. And as Colin outlined, we expect just a few players moving up and down, that it doesn't stay there that long.
Already that cut line back at +1, and I can confirm there are 61 players at even or better, and there are 70 players at +1 or better.
Wyndham Clark, not as much curve to that one. Looks like it's heading just short of the bunker.
Just shy of it, or in it? Both should be all right.
Looks like less than driver here for Matsuyama.
Wind is hurting off the left, so hard to advance it too far. That was less than driver, correct?
Yeah, that it was. And just 231 looked like maybe a 5 wood or something like that. In position here at the 8th. That's all the way in the back right up on top of the shelf. Difficult pin to get at.
Heading left.
I love you, Hideki.
Bouncing towards the spectators.
Tom Kim, man of the people, not necessarily wanting to be during the course of a golf tournament. Back with the patrons for a second straight hole.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does, ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
winding down our coverage for the morning group, featured group on ESPN Plus, but still plenty more golf to go in the afternoon. If you stay on this feed, John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick will be the afternoon group on the featured group channel. You've also got featured holes 16, 17, and 18 if you want to watch all the groups come through those difficult green mile holes. And we have found Joanna Tom Kim once again having to move some of the spectators out of the way to hit his second shot.
Hideki first to play, 113 yards. Pin is back right, little shelf in front. So it needs to pitch this at a proper yardage to make sure it doesn't spin backwards down the shelf.
Looks also too like it's on a little bit of a launch pad. You know, he could dial back here if he needs to control that spin. It's a difficult pin location to get to. It's only yielded 13 birdies so far today versus pin location yesterday where they had almost 50 birdies.
He likes it. Needs to go. So difficult. There's only a few paces to land that ball. So Tom Kim over with the people in the gallery. Drew a pretty good lie. Not a lot of tree trouble actually. Has a little line just to the right of the hole location. Just can't start this too far left or he'll be navigating some tree branches, but overall pretty lucky here. He has 80 yards total. If his ball ends up near Hideki's, that would be a win.
So that tall oak tree that just sits at the front left of the green here, no issue with that.
This is incredible.
Better shots of the day for Tom Kim. Sets up a birdie opportunity here at the 8th.
See, he's just a man of the people.
So, he needs a birdie here because the odds are slim of getting a birdie on the 9th and final hole. I believe only one birdie in the field today on the 9th hole. So if you're going to do it, it's time to do it now.
Wyndham Clark next to play. 38 yards. He's going to drive something into this hill. Help kill it. Only a few paces behind this hole. It's well done.
Getting word that the cut line has indeed bounced back to 1 over par. 73 players at that mark or better. So Hideki and Tom Kim once again on the wrong side of that line.
You know, at these points in the proceedings, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what do I need in order to be safe? you know, what's my safety number? And I think both of these guys realistically need to be at +1 as they walk off the 9th green. You know, I'm not suggesting that it's going to get to even, but I can look at the computer and see that, you know, there's 60 players that are at even or better. That only means 10 players at +1 have to improve their score by 1 stroke, and suddenly that cut line changes again. So all you can do is control yourself in these moments.
Yeah, too, Colin, there's 15 players at that. I should say there's 12 players at that +1 mark, and 4 of them have not even teed off yet.
Hideki up the hill. It's makeable. Not too much movement. It's good pace. Just low percentage putt. Wyndham discussing with his caddy, confirming he sees this moving to his left, a little downhill.
Yeah, low point of this green here, this green complex at the 8th is actually the front right. And we're getting a pretty good look at that tilt and camber in this green from this camera angle.
Ooh. Let's bleep that out.
Too late.
He clearly wanted that one. Sorry to the juniors in the stands behind me.
2, what is this, 6? 7, what you got?
Now Tom Kim.
Yeah, 2 at 7 is 7 inches.
Looking for an elusive birdie here at the 8th.
Colin, why do you think he puts both arms up like that? Do you think he's trying to steady his hand for the aim point read?
We've got the camera on Wyndham Clark giving it the teapot at the moment, but
See, he did it again. I don't know if the camera saw that, but I'm just curious why he puts 2 hands up when he's doing his aim point read. I think it's to kind of steady his hands.
I could hear Paul Desori giving him the math on the aim point. I think they were allowing for 7 inches on this putt by the sounds of it.
Downhill. Oh, wow.
A little fist pump there from Tom Kim. He needed it. He wanted it. And he delivered. Great work there for Team Kim.
Tom Kim moves back to +1 after that birdie. And Matsuyama comes away with a par. Nothing but pars on the second 9. And we move to our final hole of the day. The longest par 4 on the course. 9th hole at 520 yards, Colin.
That's 2 pretty stout pokes to get it home in 2 here. And if you can avoid the bunker down the right-hand side and the trees, forest of trees down the left-hand side, you'll be left with a very lengthy second shot in here to their home hole of the day, their 18th. It's the 9th here at Quail Hollow Golf Club. And the pin position here at the 9th, 15 paces on and 8 off the left. It is a difficult pin to get it close here today, just simply given the length of the golf club that you're coming in with and the complexity of this green. You said that it has only yielded 1 birdie against the 10 birdies that were made yesterday to the pin that was located in the back right portion. Look at that. That's just today. The lone birdie I mentioned, 15 bogeys, Stroke average of 4.25.
This is just a beast of a hole. Wind ever so slightly off his right. That's a very good one. Confident strike.
That white 10.
I don't think if he could point that straight, it's 0 feet of curve. The challenging tee shot here for Wyndham Clark. Likes to move the ball left to right.
Wyndham starting it over the tree line, cutting. This is a good one.
Yeah, perfect down the left side. Took a moment after missing that putt the previous hole just to calm himself down a little bit. You know, never want to take the frustration from one shot to the next. And there it is, Hideki Matsuyama. The longest active streak. He has made 19 cuts. Needs one more if he's truly safe, I suggest.
That's just down the left side. Needs to cover that tree.
Oh, I don't like where that kicked either. Looked like it kicked down and left a little.
Final hole, our featured group coverage, and our final break. We'll step aside here on ESPN Plus. Beautiful day in Charlotte, North Carolina. A little more cloudy than it was on our opening day, but no rain is a win. That's what we've been trying to avoid all week long, despite the rain during the practice sessions earlier this week. So far, knock on wood, clean weather reports. As you see Hideki off to the left in the trees. Once again, Wyndham Clark has been consistently the long driver of the trio today. Tom Kim coming off that birdie on the 8th hole, trying to close out strong and remain right at that cut line number that still sits at 1 over par. And we can barely see Hideki, Joanna, hiding amongst the trees.
Yeah, Yes, Hideki is in jail over here. Tree is a couple feet behind him. I think this is a chip out, unfortunately.
That's what it appears to us. Limited backswing there. No choice but to pitch it out on the fairway.
Clearly frustrated, doing that very quickly.
The frustration has been very apparent all day long with Hideki. He has not really done much to hide his emotion. Tom Kim further back than Wyndham in the fairway.
Tom Kim has 228 yards. Winds off the right. This looks like a driving range from him to the hole. Whew.
Colin, Tom Kim right now has got to just be thinking, let's play it safe, get out of here with the par, and just hope the numbers fall our way to make the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. You know, there was a bunch of guys when they saw the advanced packet for this course for the PGA Championship, and they saw that the 9th hole had been lengthened 25 yards, said, why? It was already a difficult hole. He is thinking nothing else. Center of the green here. Even front edge wouldn't be a bad miss.
This was well struck. Just right of it. That's a really good shot.